Welcome to the channel. We are grateful to have you joining this peaceful space. Before we begin, I invite you to subscribe, activate the bell icon, and leave a gentle comment with your thoughts or requests for future stories. Now, settle in, relax your shoulders, and let the soothing rhythm of this journey carry you toward a peaceful night's sleep. Stillness does not arrive with force. It does not push its way into your attention or demand that you listen. It comes quietly, almost shyly, like the moment at night when the noise of the day finally loses its grip. At first, it may feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable, because most of life is lived in motion, in reaction, in constant mental activity. Yet stillness has always been there, waiting underneath the surface. Stoicism begins not with effort, but with noticing this quiet layer that exists beneath thoughts, beneath emotions, beneath the endless commentary of the mind. As you allow yourself to rest here, nothing needs to change. You do not need to improve yourself, analyze yourself, or reach any conclusion. This is not a task to complete, but a space to enter. The body can soften naturally, without instruction. The breath slows on its own when it no longer feels watched or controlled. Stoic calm does not come from discipline alone. It grows from permission. Permission to stop striving, to stop scanning for problems, to stop carrying the invisible weight of expectations that were never truly yours to hold. Many people believe that peace is something to be achieved later, once circumstances improve or life becomes more predictable. Stoicism gently turns this idea upside down. It suggests that peace is not a future reward, but a present posture. Stillness is not the absence of life's challenges. It is the way you meet them internally. When you sit with this idea long enough, it begins to feel less like philosophy and more like common sense that was forgotten somewhere along the way. Notice how the mind usually behaves when left unchecked. It jumps forward into imagined futures or backward into remembered moments, replaying conversations, rehearsing outcomes, correcting things that can no longer be corrected. This movement feels productive, but it rarely brings rest. Stoicism does not fight this movement directly. Instead, it invites awareness. The moment you notice the wandering, without judgment or frustration, you step slightly out of it. That step is subtle, but powerful. It is the beginning of inner distance, the space where calm can grow. Stillness is not emptiness. Thoughts may still appear, but they lose their urgency. Emotions may still rise, but they no longer demand immediate action. Like waves on the surface of a deep lake, activity continues, yet the depth remains undisturbed. Stoic practice teaches you to identify with that depth rather than the surface. You are not required to chase every ripple. You are allowed to remain where the water is calm. As this awareness deepens, you may begin to notice how often tension comes from resistance. Resistance to what has already happened, to what is unfolding now, or to what might happen later. Stoicism gently loosens this resistance. It does not ask you to approve of everything that occurs, only to stop fighting reality internally. When resistance fades, energy returns. The mind grows quieter, not because it is forced into silence, but because it no longer has to argue with what is. Stillness also reveals how much of life is lived in reaction reaction to words, to expressions, to imagined judgments, to fleeting impressions. Reaction keeps the nervous system alert, ready to defend or explain. Stoicism offers an alternative: response instead of reaction. Response is slower, more deliberate. It arises from clarity rather than impulse. Stillness is the training ground where this difference becomes visible. When you are calm, you can feel the moment before reaction takes over. In that moment, choice appears. This is why stillness is not passive. It is attentive. It is awake. It notices without grabbing, observes without clinging. In this state, you begin to see that not every stimulus requires a response, and not every thought requires belief. This realization alone can be deeply relieving. It feels like stepping out of a crowded room into fresh air, realizing you do not have to carry every voice with you. Stoicism begins by clarifying what belongs to you and what does not. Your thoughts, your intentions, your choices reside within your control. The behavior of others, the movement of events, the unfolding of time do not. Stillness helps this distinction become felt rather than merely understood. When the mind is quiet, it becomes obvious where effort is useful and where it is wasted. You stop trying to manage the uncontrollable, and in doing so, you conserve your energy. As the body settles further, the sense of urgency softens. There is less pressure to decide, to judge, to conclude. The present moment stretches gently, offering room to breathe. Stoicism does not rush you forward. It reminds you that this moment is sufficient. The future can wait. The past has already spoken. Right now, awareness itself is enough. You may notice a subtle shift in how problems appear. They become less personal, less dramatic. Instead of feeling like threats to your identity, they appear as situations to be met calmly. This shift does not come from denial, but from perspective. When you are still, the mind gains altitude. From there, things look smaller, more manageable. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel navigable. Stillness also softens the need to control outcomes. Much suffering comes from attaching peace to results. If things go well, you are calm. If they do not, you are disturbed. Stoicism gently untangles this habit. It shows that peace can exist before outcomes are known. When you rest in stillness, you experience a kind of independence from circumstance. Life continues to move, but your center remains steady. This steadiness is not rigid. It is flexible, like a tree that bends with the wind rather than breaking against it. Stoic calm adapts without losing its roots. Stillness teaches this adaptability. You learn to remain present even as conditions change, to adjust without panic, to accept without surrendering your values. As this part of the story unfolds, allow yourself to sink deeper into this quiet state. There is no destination you must reach tonight. There is only a gradual settling, a gentle descent into awareness. Stoicism begins here, in the simple act of noticing that you're already enough, already present, already capable of resting within yourself. The world outside may continue its noise, its movement, its unpredictability. You do not need to silence it. You only need to recognize that it does not live inside you unless you invite it. Stillness is the space where that invitation ends. It is the place where you remember that your inner world is not required to mirror the outer one. As your breathing remains slow and natural, as your thoughts drift with less insistence, allow this calm to deepen. There is nothing you need to hold on to, nothing you need to push away. Stoicism does not demand perfection. It offers simplicity. It begins with stillness, and from stillness, everything else unfolds naturally, at a pace that feels safe, steady, and ready for rest. Stillness deepens when you stop trying to hold it. The more you allow it to arrive on its own terms, the more natural it feels. There is no technique required here, no posture to maintain, no special focus to achieve. Stoicism invites you to rest in what is already present. The body knows how to relax when it no longer feels rushed. The mind knows how to quiet when it is no longer pressured to perform. In this gentle environment, awareness becomes wide and unforced, like a light that fills a room without effort. As the pace slows, you may notice how often your sense of self has been tied to movement, doing, fixing, responding, improving. Stillness can feel unfamiliar because it does not reinforce identity in the usual ways. There is nothing to prove here. Stoicism begins to loosen the habit of defining yourself through action alone. It reminds you that value does not come from constant output. Presence itself has weight. Awareness itself is enough. This shift can feel subtle at first. Thoughts still appear, but they arrive with less intensity. They do not pull you forward as strongly. Instead of following them automatically, you observe them as events passing through awareness. Stoicism does not label these thoughts as good or bad. It simply asks you to see them clearly. When you see them clearly, their grip weakens. They become sounds rather than commands. In this quieter state, the distinction between what is internal and what is external becomes clearer. External events continue to exist, but they no longer dominate the inner space. You may hear a sound, remember a task, or imagine tomorrow, but none of these require immediate action. Stoicism teaches that urgency is often an illusion created by habit. Stillness exposes this illusion gently, without confrontation. As awareness settles, the body begins to feel heavier, more grounded. Muscles soften, not because they are told to relax, but because they no longer need to stay alert. The nervous system shifts from readiness to rest. Stoicism honors this shift. It recognizes that clarity does not arise from tension, but from ease. When the body feels safe, the mind follows. In this grounded state, it becomes easier to notice how often discomfort comes from mental resistance, resistance to uncertainty, resistance to imperfection, resistance to not knowing. Stoicism does not eliminate uncertainty. It changes your relationship to it. Instead of treating uncertainty as a threat, you learn to see it as a natural condition of life. Stillness allows you to sit with not knowing without anxiety. You discover that you do not need answers in order to rest. This realization can be deeply calming. Much mental strain comes from the belief that you must resolve everything before you can relax. Stoicism gently dissolves this belief. It shows that rest does not require resolution. Peace can exist alongside unanswered questions. When you accept this, the mind stops racing ahead. It begins to settle into the present moment, where there is far less to manage. Stillness also reveals the difference between attention and tension. Attention is soft, open, receptive. Tension is narrow, tight, defensive. Stoic calm grows through attention, not tension. You notice what is happening without bracing against it. This posture feels lighter, more sustainable. It allows awareness to expand rather than contract. As this expansion continues, you may notice that emotional reactions feel slower. There is a pause between stimulus and response. In that pause, choice appears. Stoicism values this pause deeply. It is the space where freedom lives. Without it, life becomes a series of automatic reactions. With it, life becomes something you can meet deliberately. This does not mean emotions disappear. They still arise, but they no longer overwhelm. Stillness provides a container large enough to hold them. You feel without being consumed. This capacity to feel without losing balance is central to Stoic calm. It allows you to remain human without being ruled by impulse. As awareness rests in this balanced state, the mind becomes less interested in comparison, comparing yourself to others, to ideals, to imagined versions of who you should be. Comparison thrives in restlessness. It fades in stillness. Stoicism quietly removes the need to measure yourself constantly. When you are present, there is nothing to compare. There is only what is. This simplicity is not dull. It is rich in a quiet way. Sensations become clearer. Breathing feels fuller. The boundary between effort and rest becomes obvious. You begin to recognize when effort is unnecessary. Stoicism encourages you to conserve energy by releasing what does not belong to you. Stillness makes this release feel natural rather than forced. As the inner ground stabilizes, trust begins to form. Trust in your ability to meet moments as they come. Trust that you do not need to anticipate every challenge. Stoicism cultivates this trust slowly. It does not promise ease, but it promises steadiness. Stillness is where this steadiness is practiced. You may notice that thoughts about control soften. The urge to manage outcomes loses intensity. This does not create passivity. It creates clarity. When you stop trying to control everything, you can focus on what actually matters. Stoicism defines this clearly. Your choices, your intentions, your responses. Stillness brings this definition into focus. As you remain here, the sense of time begins to loosen. Moments feel less pressured. There is no rush to move forward. Stoicism respects this slower rhythm. It aligns with the natural pace of rest, where awareness drifts gently without losing coherence. This rhythm supports sleep, not by forcing drowsiness, but by removing obstacles to it. In this state, identity becomes lighter. You are less attached to roles, labels, and narratives. You are simply present. Stoicism does not ask you to abandon identity entirely, only to loosen your grip on it. Stillness allows you to experience yourself beyond description. This experience is quietly reassuring. It does not need words. As the inner space grows calmer, the outside world fades slightly from importance. Not because it disappears, but because it no longer demands constant attention. Stoicism teaches that peace does not require isolation. It requires perspective. Stillness provides that perspective naturally. You may begin to feel a gentle heaviness in the body. a sign that rest is approaching. There is no need to guide it. Simply allow it. Stoic calm does not push toward sleep. It creates conditions where sleep can arrive on its own. As this part comes to a close, remain with this grounded awareness. Nothing is required of you. You are not behind. You are not missing anything. Stoicism begins by reminding you that rest is not something to earn. It is something to allow. From this inner ground, deeper calm will continue to unfold, carrying you gently forward into the next part of the journey. As stillness continues to deepen, it begins to feel less like something you are entering and more like something you are remembering. This calm awareness does not belong to any effort you made tonight. It has always existed beneath the surface of activity, waiting patiently. Stoicism gently points toward this truth. Peace is not manufactured, it is uncovered. When striving quiets, what remains is a steady presence that does not need to be defended or explained. In this space, awareness feels wide and stable. Thoughts may still pass through, but they move more slowly now, like leaves floating on water. You do not need to follow them. You do not need to stop them. They simply appear and fade on their own. Stoicism does not ask you to control the mind. It invites you to trust the mind when it is no longer pressured. When pressure dissolves, the natural intelligence of awareness begins to lead. Calm awareness changes how experience is held. Sensations arise without tension. Sounds come and go without pulling attention outward. Even memories lose their emotional charge. They feel distant, neutral, like scenes observed rather than relived. This shift is subtle but meaningful. It shows you that experience itself is not the problem. Identification with experience is. Stoicism teaches that when you stop merging with every thought and feeling, life becomes lighter without becoming shallow. As awareness rests, the need to label experience fades. You're not trying to define what you feel or categorize it. You're simply noticing. This noticing is quiet and kind. It does not judge or correct. It allows. Stoic calm grows through allowance rather than resistance. The more you allow, the less there is to struggle against. In this state, the sense of a solid, separate self begins to soften. You may notice that identity feels less rigid. There is less emphasis on who you are supposed to be or how you are supposed to feel. Stoicism does not erase identity. It loosens its grip. When identity relaxes, awareness expands. You experience yourself as presence rather than performance. This presence is steady. It does not fluctuate with thoughts or emotions. It remains even as sensations shift. Stoicism recognizes this steadiness as the foundation of inner freedom. When you rest here, you're less affected by what arises. You can feel deeply without being destabilized. You can observe without withdrawing. Calm awareness also brings clarity. Not analytical clarity, but a quiet knowing. You begin to sense what matters and what does not without reasoning it out. Many concerns that once felt urgent lose importance. They are not solved. They are simply seen differently. Stoicism values this clarity because it aligns action with reality rather than impulse. As the body grows heavier, the boundary between thinking and resting becomes thinner. Thoughts become less distinct. Awareness remains, but it is softer, less focused. This is a natural transition. Stoicism does not interrupt it. It respects the rhythm of rest. When the mind slows, wisdom does not disappear. It becomes integrated, less verbal, more felt. In this calm, you may notice a gentle sense of sufficiency. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be added. This feeling is not excitement or pleasure. It is contentment without a cause. Stoicism describes this as tranquility, a state where the mind is not disturbed by unnecessary desires or fears. Stillness is the doorway to this state. Calm awareness also changes how you relate to uncertainty. Instead of triggering anxiety, uncertainty feels neutral, even peaceful. You're no longer trying to predict or control what comes next. Stoicism teaches that acceptance of uncertainty is not resignation. It is realism. When you stop demanding certainty, the mind relaxes. This relaxation spreads. Muscles soften further. Breathing becomes shallow and effortless. The sense of time stretches and thins. Moments blend together. There is no pressure to stay awake or fall asleep. Stoic calm does not push you in either direction. It simply holds the space where rest can occur naturally. As awareness rests, compassion toward yourself may arise quietly, not as a thought, but as a feeling of gentleness. You are not correcting yourself. You are not evaluating progress. Stoicism begins with self-respect, with the recognition that inner peace deserves care. Calm awareness embodies this care without words. In this space, the world feels distant, but not disconnected. You are aware that life continues beyond this moment, but it does not intrude. Stoicism teaches that engagement with the world is healthiest when it comes from inner stability. Calm awareness is where that stability is cultivated. As this part nears its end, allow yourself to remain exactly where you are. There is nothing to conclude. Stillness does not require closure. It simply continues, carrying you gently forward. Stoicism begins by teaching you how to rest inside your own awareness. From this rest, deeper understanding and steadier living will unfold naturally, without effort, at the pace that feels right for you. As awareness remains calm and steady, a new understanding begins to take shape naturally. It does not arrive as a sudden insight, but as a quiet recognition that feels obvious once noticed. Stoicism rests on a simple division that changes everything. Some things are within your control, and many things are not. When this distinction becomes clear, the mind begins to release unnecessary tension, like a hand slowly opening after gripping too tightly for too long. Most inner strain comes from confusing these two categories. You try to control what cannot be controlled, and you neglect what actually belongs to you. Stoicism gently reverses this habit. It invites you to notice where your effort truly matters and where it quietly drains you. This noticing does not require analysis. It happens best in stillness, where the noise of urgency has softened and clarity can emerge on its own. What lies within your control is limited but powerful. Your intentions, your choices, the way you interpret events, and how you respond to what happens all belong to you. These are internal movements, shaped by awareness rather than circumstance. Stoicism places great care on these inner domains because they are the only places where lasting stability can be built. Everything else, no matter how important it seems, exists outside your direct influence. External events unfold according to countless factors beyond your reach. Other people's actions, opinions, moods, and decisions follow paths shaped by their own histories and struggles. The weather changes without asking permission. Time moves forward regardless of preference. Stoicism does not describe this as unfair or harsh. It describes it as natural. Suffering begins when you demand control where none exists. When the mind relaxes into this understanding, it begins to let go of constant vigilance. There is less need to monitor every outcome or anticipate every possibility. Stillness makes it easier to feel the difference between effort that serves you and effort that exhausts you. Stoicism teaches that peace grows not by expanding control, but by refining where control is applied. You may notice how often anxiety is tied to imagined futures. The mind races ahead, rehearsing scenarios, preparing defenses, anticipating disappointment. Yet these futures remain hypothetical. They do not exist in the present moment. Stoicism gently pulls attention back, reminding you that the future is not under your control, but your response to uncertainty is. When you rest in this idea, anxiety loosens its grip. This does not mean abandoning responsibility. Stoicism values responsibility deeply, but it defines it carefully. You are responsible for how you act, not for how the world reacts. When you confuse the two, you carry a burden that was never yours. Stillness helps you feel the weight of that burden and recognize that you can set it down. As awareness settles, the distinction between control and non-control becomes intuitive. You feel it in the body as much as in the mind. Effort directed inward feels steady and sustainable. Effort directed outward feels tense and brittle. Stoicism teaches you to listen to this feedback. The body often knows when effort is misplaced long before the mind admits it. This clarity changes how challenges appear. Instead of feeling overwhelming, they become divided into manageable parts. What can you influence right now? What must you allow to unfold? This simple question brings immediate relief. It shifts attention from helplessness to agency, from resistance to participation. Stoicism also reveals how much emotional pain comes from attachment to outcomes. You invest your peace in results you cannot guarantee. When things unfold differently, disappointment arises. Stillness exposes this pattern gently. It allows you to see that attachment is not love or commitment. It is expectation disguised as care. Stoicism encourages commitment to action, not to outcome. As this understanding deepens, you may notice a subtle shift in how you relate to success and failure. Success no longer feels like proof of worth. Failure no longer feels like condemnation. Both become events rather than identities. Stoicism teaches that your character is shaped by how you act, not by how things turn out. This perspective brings a quiet confidence that does not depend on external validation. In this calm awareness, control becomes lighter. You no longer attempt to manage every detail. You focus on intention and release the rest. This release is not passive. It is active trust in the boundaries of reality. Stoicism sees acceptance not as weakness, but as alignment. When you align with what is, energy flows more freely. The mind begins to rest when it no longer fights the uncontrollable. Thoughts slow. Breathing remains easy. There is a sense of being carried rather than pushing forward. Stoicism invites you into this experience repeatedly until it becomes familiar. Control is no longer something you seek to expand, but something you learn to refine. As you remain here, allow this understanding to settle without effort. You do not need to memorize it or repeat it. Simply feel the difference between what belongs to you and what does not. This feeling will guide you naturally. Stoicism begins with this division, not as a rule, but as a relief. From this relief, deeper calm and clearer action will continue to unfold gently and steadily. As the night carries you forward, as the understanding of control settles more deeply, a quiet relief begins to spread through awareness. This relief does not come from gaining power over life, but from letting go of the struggle to dominate it. Stoicism teaches that much of what feels exhausting is not life itself, but the constant inner resistance to how life unfolds. When you stop fighting what cannot be changed, energy returns naturally, like breath after holding it for too long. The mind has been trained to believe that vigilance equals safety. It watches outcomes closely, tries to predict reactions, and braces against imagined threats. Yet this vigilance often creates the very tension it hopes to prevent. Stillness allows you to see this pattern clearly. Stoicism invites you to question whether constant monitoring has ever truly delivered peace. In the quiet, the answer becomes obvious. Peace does not come from control, but from discernment. Discernment is the calm recognition of limits. You begin to notice where your influence ends. Other people's choices, emotions, and opinions fall outside your reach. Events unfold according to forces far larger than individual desire. Time moves forward without consultation. Stoicism does not frame this as loss. It frames it as freedom. When you stop trying to manage these domains, you're no longer bound to their outcomes. As awareness rests, the urge to intervene softens. You feel less compelled to correct, convince, or defend. This does not mean indifference, it means clarity. You begin to see that attempting to control others often leads to frustration rather than connection. Stoicism teaches that relationships improve when you release the need to shape them according to expectation. This release can feel unfamiliar at first. The mind may resist, suggesting that letting go means giving up. But Stoicism draws a clear distinction between surrender and acceptance. Surrender abandons responsibility. Acceptance refines it. You still act where action matters. You simply stop acting where action is ineffective. This precision conserves energy and sharpens focus. In this state, you may notice how much worry revolves around imagined reactions. You anticipate disapproval, rejection, misunderstanding. Stoicism gently reminds you that these reactions belong to others. You cannot control how your actions are received, only how they are offered. When you internalize this truth, the fear of judgment loosens. You act with integrity rather than anticipation. Stillness supports this shift. When the mind is calm, it becomes easier to let events unfold without interference. You stop inserting yourself into future scenarios. You remain where you are, Stoicism teaches that the present moment is the only place where choice exists. Everything else is speculation. As this understanding deepens, the body reflects it. Shoulders soften. Breathing becomes more regular. The nervous system no longer scans for threats that may never appear. Stoicism recognizes this physiological response as a sign of alignment. When your inner posture matches reality, the body relaxes. You may begin to notice that many frustrations stem from expectations. Expectations that people should behave differently. Expectations that outcomes should be fair or predictable. Stoicism does not condemn expectations, but it encourages awareness of them. Stillness allows you to observe expectations without becoming attached. When expectations are seen clearly, they lose their power to disturb. Releasing the uncontrollable also changes how effort feels. Effort directed toward inner clarity feels calm and steady. Effort directed toward managing externals feels heavy and strained. Stoicism teaches you to listen to this contrast. It is a natural guide, showing where your attention belongs. As awareness settles further, the sense of urgency fades. There is less pressure to act immediately. Stoicism values patience, not as delay, but as timing. When you stop forcing outcomes, you allow responses to arise naturally. This patience supports wiser action. In this quieter state, the mind begins to trust itself. Trust grows not from certainty, but from experience. Each time you release what you cannot control and remain steady, confidence builds. Stoicism cultivates this confidence slowly through repeated alignment with reality. You may also notice a shift in emotional tone. Frustration softens into acceptance. Anxiety gives way to readiness. This does not mean challenges disappear. It means they no longer overwhelm. Stoicism teaches that strength is not the absence of difficulty, but the ability to remain composed within it. As the burden of control lifts, attention returns inward. You become more aware of your intentions. You notice how choices feel when they align with values rather than outcomes. This alignment brings a quiet satisfaction that does not depend on results. Stoicism considers this satisfaction a sign of inner freedom. Stillness makes space for this freedom. It allows you to experience the relief of not carrying what was never yours. You do not need to orchestrate life. You only need to meet it with clarity and care. When this realization settles, the mind rests more easily. As this part draws to a close, allow yourself to remain with this sense of release. There is nothing to achieve. Simply notice the absence of strain. Stoicism teaches that peace emerges when effort is placed wisely. By letting go of the uncontrollable, you create room for deeper calm, steadier choices, and a mind that can finally rest without fear. As the understanding of control and non-control settles fully, something quiet but powerful takes root. It is not a dramatic shift, not a sudden feeling of victory. It is alignment. Alignment with how life actually works, rather than how the mind wishes it would. Stoicism rests here, in this honest meeting with reality. When resistance fades, clarity grows. And with clarity comes a calm that does not depend on circumstances. Alignment begins when you stop arguing internally with what is already happening. The mind often protests reality, replaying alternatives, insisting things should have unfolded differently. Stillness makes this pattern visible without blame. You begin to see how much energy is spent negotiating with the past or bargaining with the future. Stoicism gently invites you to end these negotiations. The moment you do, attention returns to the present, where it belongs. In the present moment, control becomes precise. You're no longer trying to manage everything at once. You attend to what is immediately in front of you: your breath, your posture, your intention. Stoicism teaches that this narrow focus is not limitation, but freedom. When you place attention where action is possible, effort feels lighter. You stop scattering yourself across imagined timelines and begin to gather yourself here. This gathering creates a sense of inner cohesion. Thoughts feel less fragmented. Emotions settle into a steady rhythm. There is a feeling of being whole rather than pulled in multiple directions. Stoicism values this wholeness because it allows for consistent action. When the inner world is aligned, responses become natural rather than forced. As alignment deepens, you may notice how often frustration came from comparison, comparing what happened to what you expected, comparing your path to someone else's. Stillness loosens this habit. Stoicism does not deny difference. It removes judgment from difference. When you stop measuring reality against imagined standards, experience becomes simpler. You meet events as they are, not as they failed to be. This simplicity brings relief. The mind no longer needs to maintain constant evaluation. There is less commentary, less internal debate. Awareness becomes quieter, more spacious. Stoicism teaches that peace grows when mental noise fades. This fading does not require suppression. It happens naturally when alignment replaces resistance. You may also notice a change in how disappointment feels. Disappointment still arises, but it does not linger. It moves through awareness without hardening into resentment. Stoicism explains this by pointing to attachment. When you attach peace to specific outcomes, disappointment becomes personal. When you attach peace to values and effort, disappointment becomes informational. It tells you something without defining you. Alignment with control also reshapes how you relate to effort. Effort is no longer fueled by anxiety. It becomes deliberate, measured. You act because action is appropriate, not because you're trying to secure a feeling. Stoicism honors this quality of effort. It sees it as sustainable and dignified. As the body relaxes further, there is a sense of being supported rather than strained. Muscles soften. Breathing remains slow and steady. The nervous system reflects the mind's acceptance. Stoicism recognizes this harmony between body and mind as a sign of alignment. When inner conflict resolves, physical tension often follows. In this aligned state, patience emerges naturally. You are less rushed, less reactive. Stoicism does not treat patience as endurance, but as understanding. When you see clearly what is within your control, waiting no longer feels like delay. It feels like timing. You trust that action will arise when needed. Trust is central here. Not blind trust in outcomes, but trust in your ability to respond. Stoicism builds this trust gradually. Each time you face uncertainty without panic, confidence grows. You begin to rely less on prediction and more on presence. This reliance is calming. It allows the mind to rest. Alignment also softens the need for validation. When you know what belongs to you, approval from others loses its urgency. Stoicism teaches that worth is not granted externally. It is expressed internally through character. Stillness allows this truth to be felt rather than argued. As awareness rests, the sense of time continues to loosen. The future no longer feels like a threat or a promise. It becomes simply unknown. Stoicism welcomes this unknown without fear. It teaches that peace does not require certainty, only integrity in the present moment. You may notice a gentle warmth in this acceptance, not excitement, but ease. It is the ease of no longer carrying unnecessary weight. Stoicism does not add burdens, it removes them. Alignment is the result of this removal. In this state, even challenges feel different. They are no longer obstacles to happiness. They are situations to be navigated. Stoicism does not romanticize difficulty, but it does normalize it. When difficulty is expected, it loses its power to shock. Stillness supports this expectation without dread. As this part comes to a close, allow yourself to remain aligned. You do not need to summarize or remember anything. Alignment is not an idea to hold. It is a posture to inhabit. Stoicism begins by teaching you where to stand internally. From this place, action becomes clear, rest becomes natural, and the mind finds a quiet confidence that does not fade when circumstances change. Let awareness remain soft and open. There is nothing you must control right now, nothing you must solve. Simply notice the calm that comes from standing in the right place, inside yourself. From here, deeper understanding and steadier peace will continue to unfold, gently carrying you forward. As calm awareness continues, attention naturally turns inward, towards something subtle, yet deeply influential: identity. Identity is not a single thought or label. It is a collection of stories quietly repeated over time, shaping how you interpret experience. Stoicism approaches identity gently, not as something to destroy, but as something to understand. When identity is seen clearly, much unnecessary suffering begins to loosen on its own. Identity often feels solid because it has been reinforced for years. You learn who you are through feedback, through roles, through expectations placed upon you. Over time, these impressions settle into a sense of self that feels fixed. Stillness makes it possible to observe this structure without being trapped inside it. You begin to notice that identity is not who you are, but something you carry. This carrying creates weight. When identity is challenged, discomfort arises. A word, a glance, or a misunderstanding can feel threatening because it seems to question who you believe yourself to be. Stoicism does not deny this reaction. It simply asks you to look at it closely. When you do, you may notice that the pain does not come from the event itself, but from the story it touches. As awareness rests, identity becomes easier to observe. You see how certain traits feel protected, while others feel fragile. You notice how pride tightens the body, how insecurity speeds the mind. Stoicism invites you to see these reactions as signals rather than truths. They point to attachments, not to reality. Identity thrives on comparison. You measure yourself against ideals against others, against imagined standards. Stillness weakens this habit. When the mind is calm, comparison feels unnecessary. There is nothing to prove in this moment. Stoicism teaches that value does not need to be defended when it is not being questioned internally. As this understanding deepens, you may notice how often identity seeks validation. Praise feels reassuring. Criticism feels threatening. Stoicism does not judge this desire. It simply reveals its cost. When peace depends on validation, it becomes unstable. Stillness allows you to experience a form of peace that does not rely on approval. This shift can feel unfamiliar. The mind may search for reassurance, for confirmation of worth. Stoicism gently redirects attention inward. It reminds you that character is expressed through choice, not confirmed through opinion. When you act with integrity, worth becomes something you embody rather than something you seek. Identity also clings to narratives about the past. You define yourself through what happened, through what you endured or achieved. Stillness loosens these narratives. You can remember without reliving. Stoicism teaches that the past informs you, but it does not define you unless you allow it to. As awareness remains steady, you may notice moments when identity softens. In those moments, there is relief. You feel lighter, less guarded. Stoicism encourages this softness. It shows that strength does not come from rigid self-definition, but from flexibility. When identity can bend, it no longer breaks under pressure. This flexibility allows you to respond rather than react. When identity is rigid, reaction is immediate and defensive. When identity is loose, response is possible. Stillness creates the space where this looseness can exist. Stoicism values this space because it is where freedom lives. You may also notice how identity ties itself to roles: parent, worker, friend, thinker. These roles are functional, but they become heavy when mistaken for the self. Stoicism teaches that roles are worn, not inhabited completely. When you remove the costume internally, even briefly, the mind rests. As this part unfolds, identity begins to feel less central. Awareness expands beyond labels. You experience yourself as presence rather than description. This experience is quiet and stable. Stoicism recognizes this stability as the ground of tranquility. In this state, insults lose their sting. Praise loses its pull. Both pass through awareness without attaching. This does not make you indifferent. It makes you balanced. Stoicism teaches that balance comes from knowing what is essential and what is not. Identity, when seen clearly, moves from essential to optional. As the body relaxes further, the mind releases its grip on self-image. There is less effort to maintain consistency, less fear of contradiction. Stoicism allows you to change without self-betrayal. When identity loosens, growth becomes natural. You may notice a quiet confidence emerging, not confidence based on achievement, but on stability. This confidence does not need to announce itself. It rests comfortably in stillness. Stoicism considers this quiet confidence more durable than any external success. As this section nears its end, allow identity to remain observed rather than inhabited. You do not need to resolve it. Simply notice how much lighter awareness feels when identity is held gently. Stoicism begins the work of freedom here by teaching you that you are not the stories you tell about yourself. You are the awareness in which those stories appear, and in that awareness, there is room to rest. As awareness remains steady, the structure of identity reveals another layer: ego. Ego is not an enemy here, nor something to be defeated. It is simply the mechanism identity uses to protect itself. Ego tightens when it senses threat, even when the threat is imagined. Stoicism does not attack ego. It softens it by exposing how unnecessary its constant vigilance truly is. Ego thrives on narratives of defense. It tells stories about being right, being seen, being respected. These stories feel urgent because they promise safety, yet stillness reveals something surprising. Safety does not actually come from winning, proving, or protecting an image. It comes from not needing to. When this becomes clear, ego begins to relax on its own. In moments of calm, you may notice how ego announces itself through tension. The jaw tightens, the breath shortens, the mind speeds up. Stoicism encourages you to notice these signals without judgment. They are not flaws, they are habits. Habits can change when they are seen clearly. Stillness provides the light in which this seeing becomes possible. Ego often reacts before awareness has time to intervene. A comment lands, a look is interpreted, and the body responds instantly. Stoicism values the pause between stimulus and reaction because it weakens ego's automatic authority. In that pause, you remember that you are not required to defend an image. You are allowed to observe instead. As this practice deepens, the urge to be right loses intensity. Being right begins to feel less important than being calm. This shift is not resignation, it is prioritization. Stoicism teaches that peace is more valuable than victory, especially victories that cost inner stability. Ego also seeks control over perception. It wants to manage how others see you. This effort is exhausting because perception lies outside your control. Stillness reveals the futility of this pursuit. When you stop trying to manage perception, energy returns inward. Stoicism encourages this return not as withdrawal, but as restoration. You may notice how ego links worth to performance, doing more, achieving more, proving more. Stillness interrupts this pattern gently. In quiet awareness, worth is not measured. It simply is. Stoicism teaches that dignity does not need to be earned repeatedly. It is expressed through consistent character. As awareness rests, ego's urgency fades. Thoughts about comparison soften. The need to stand out diminishes. This does not make you invisible. It makes you grounded. Stoicism values groundedness because it allows for authentic action without self-consciousness. Ego also clings to certainty. It wants clear answers, firm positions, solid ground. Yet life rarely offers certainty. Stillness teaches you to sit with ambiguity without anxiety. Stoicism frames this as wisdom. When you accept not knowing, ego no longer needs to defend rigid positions. In this space, humility emerges naturally. Not humility as self-doubt, but as realism. You recognize limits without feeling diminished. Stoicism honors this humility because it aligns you with reality. When you stop pretending to be more than human, pressure lifts. As ego loosens, relationships change subtly. You listen more, you react less. Conversations feel lighter because there is less at stake. Stoicism does not aim to make you passive, it aims to make you present. Presence is incompatible with ego's constant self monitoring. You may notice moments when ego tries to reassert itself. This is natural. Stoicism does not expect permanent silence from the ego. It teaches repeated recognition. Each time you notice ego rising, you return to awareness. This return strengthens calm over time. Stillness supports this repetition. It creates a baseline where ego is not dominant. From this baseline, reactions feel optional. You are no longer pulled automatically into defense. This freedom grows quietly, without announcement. As ego relaxes, the body reflects the change. Breathing deepens, posture softens. There is less need to brace against the world. Stoicism recognizes this embodiment as a sign of inner alignment. When ego quiets, the body rests. In this state, mistakes feel less threatening. You can acknowledge error without collapse. Stoicism teaches that learning requires flexibility. Ego resists flexibility because it fears loss of status. Stillness shows that nothing essential is lost when you admit uncertainty. You may also notice how ego ties itself to emotion, anger, pride, shame. These emotions feel intense when ego identifies with them. Stoicism invites you to feel emotions without merging with them. When you do, they pass more quickly. Ego loses its fuel. As awareness continues, a sense of spaciousness grows. There is room for experience without commentary. Stoicism values this spaciousness because it allows clarity to emerge naturally. You no longer need to push insight. It arrives on its own. This does not remove ambition or purpose. It refines them. Actions become quieter, more intentional. Ego-driven urgency fades. Stoic action arises from values rather than fear. This shift brings steadiness. As this part comes to a close, allow ego to remain visible but uncentered. You do not need to eliminate it. Simply notice how much lighter awareness feels when ego is not in charge. Stoicism teaches that freedom does not come from erasing the self, but from no longer being ruled by it. In this quiet recognition, the mind rests more deeply, ready to continue the journey inward. As the grip of ego continues to loosen, a quieter dimension of experience becomes easier to recognize. It is not dramatic or elevated. It feels ordinary, almost plain, yet deeply relieving. This is awareness resting beyond self-image. Stoicism does not ask you to reject who you have been or deny your history. It simply invites you to notice that who you are is larger than any description you have learned to defend. Self-image is built from repetition. Over time, certain thoughts about yourself are repeated so often that they feel solid. I am this way. I am not that way. These statements appear convincing because they are familiar. Stillness allows you to observe them without being convinced. You see them arise like any other thought, shaped by memory, habit, and context. Stoicism teaches that what arises can also pass. When awareness rests beyond self-image, reactions slow naturally. There is less urgency to protect a position or maintain consistency. You no longer feel pressured to act according to an idea of who you are supposed to be. This creates space. In that space, response becomes more flexible. Stoicism values this flexibility because it aligns behavior with reality rather than with expectation. You may notice how liberating it feels to not immediately identify with thoughts about yourself. A thought appears, but it does not define you. An emotion arises, but it does not describe you. This separation is gentle. It does not push anything away. It simply allows experience to exist without ownership. Stoicism frames this as inner freedom. As this freedom becomes familiar, you may feel less reactive to praise and blame. Compliments feel pleasant, but not necessary. Criticism feels informative, but not threatening. Stillness reveals that both praise and blame belong to perception, not to essence. Stoicism teaches that essence remains unchanged by opinion. In this quieter awareness, the sense of self becomes less rigid. You feel less compelled to explain yourself, to justify choices, or to correct misunderstandings. This does not come from indifference, but from security. When identity is no longer fragile, it does not require constant reinforcement. This security is subtle. It does not announce itself. It feels like steadiness rather than confidence. Stoicism values this steadiness because it endures without effort. It allows you to move through situations without being pulled into unnecessary conflict. As awareness rests, you may notice how often self-image was linked to fear. Fear of being seen incorrectly, fear of losing status, fear of not being enough. Stillness softens these fears by revealing their source. They arise from identification with a story. When the story loosens, fear loses intensity. Stoicism does not promise fearlessness. It offers fear without domination. You can feel fear without being directed by it. This capacity grows when awareness remains separate from self-image. Fear becomes an experience rather than an instruction. In this state, compassion toward yourself deepens naturally. You no longer demand perfection. You allow mistakes without harsh judgment. Stoicism sees this self-compassion as strength, not weakness. It stabilizes the mind and supports growth without pressure. You may also notice a shift in how you view others. When you are less attached to your own image, you become less reactive to theirs. Other people's behaviors appear less personal. Stoicism teaches that understanding grows when self-centered interpretation fades. As awareness continues to rest, the body reflects this ease. Muscles soften, breathing becomes quiet and rhythmic. There is less tension in holding yourself a certain way. Stoicism recognizes this physical ease as a sign that identity has loosened its hold. This ease supports rest. Thoughts slow further. The mind drifts without losing coherence. You remain aware, but awareness is gentle, almost weightless. Stoicism respects this state. It does not try to sharpen it. It allows it to deepen naturally. In this calm, the question of "who am I?" loses urgency. It no longer needs an answer. Awareness itself becomes sufficient. Stoicism teaches that peace does not come from defining yourself correctly, but from resting where definition is unnecessary. As this part draws toward its close, allow awareness to remain open and unguarded. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to defend. Identity can rest without disappearing. Ego can remain quiet without being destroyed. Stoicism guides you to this balance, where self-image exists without domination. From here, the journey continues inward, not toward something new, but toward greater ease with what already is. Rest in this ease. Let the mind drift gently. There is no requirement to stay alert or fall asleep. Simply remain where you are, beyond the need to be anyone in particular. In this quiet resting, deeper calm becomes available, carrying you forward naturally into the next stage of understanding. As awareness continues to rest beyond rigid identity, something subtle becomes easier to notice. Movement, not physical movement, but the inner movement of thoughts, emotions, impulses, and reactions as they rise and fall. Stoicism begins to work at a deeper level here, not by stopping this movement, but by teaching you how to watch it without being carried away. When watching replaces reacting, the inner world changes its tone. Most of the time, inner movement happens so quickly that it feels automatic. A thought appears, an emotion follows, and the body reacts before awareness has time to intervene. Stillness slows this chain just enough for observation to occur. Stoicism values this slowing because it reveals choice. You begin to see that between what happens and how you respond, there is space. This space is not something you create through force. It emerges naturally when attention is calm. In that calm, you notice the first flicker of reaction, the tightening in the chest, the quickening of breath, the subtle urge to speak, withdraw, or defend. These signals used to pull you forward instantly. Now, they simply appear. Stoicism teaches that noticing is enough to weaken their grip. Watching the inner movement feels different from controlling it. Control implies tension. Watching is relaxed. You allow thoughts to form without following them. You let emotions rise without feeding them. This does not make you passive. It makes you present. Stoicism does not aim to suppress experience, but to prevent unnecessary entanglement. As awareness stabilizes, the mind begins to recognize patterns. You notice familiar reactions repeating themselves. Certain thoughts appear in similar situations. Certain emotions arise in response to similar triggers. Stillness allows you to see these patterns without judgment. Stoicism treats patterns as information, not as flaws. This recognition is powerful because it dissolves confusion. When reactions feel personal and unpredictable, they create anxiety. When they are seen as patterns, they become understandable. Stoicism teaches that understanding reduces fear. What you can observe clearly no longer feels overwhelming. You may notice that many reactions are rooted in anticipation. Anticipation of loss, embarrassment, rejection, or discomfort. The mind prepares defenses before anything has actually happened. Stillness reveals how much energy is spent preparing for events that never arrive. Stoicism gently interrupts this habit by returning attention to what is actually present. In the present moment, inner movement slows. There is less to anticipate. Thoughts about the future appear softer, less insistent. Emotions tied to imagined outcomes lose intensity. Stoicism teaches that the present is the only place where watching is possible. Everything else exists as thought. As you remain in this watching state, the relationship to emotion changes. Emotions no longer feel like commands. They feel like weather passing through awareness. Some bring warmth, others bring heaviness, but none require immediate action. Stoicism encourages this perspective because it restores balance. You may notice that when emotions are watched, they complete their cycle more quickly. They rise, peak, and fade without being prolonged by rumination. Stillness allows this natural rhythm to unfold. Stoicism respects this rhythm. It does not rush emotions away. It simply refrains from fueling them. Watching also reveals how the body participates in reaction. Muscles tense, posture shifts, breathing changes. These physical responses used to happen unnoticed. Now, they become part of awareness. Stoicism values this bodily awareness because it anchors attention in the present. When you feel the body, you're less likely to drift into mental loops. As awareness deepens, watching becomes effortless. You're no longer trying to observe. Observation happens on its own. Thoughts pass like sounds in the distance. Emotions move like tides. There is a sense of being the space in which everything happens rather than the things that happen. Stoicism points to this perspective as the foundation of inner freedom. When you are the watcher, you are less vulnerable to what is watched. You can engage with life without losing yourself in it. This does not remove emotion or thought. It removes identification. Identification is what turns experience into suffering. When you believe a thought completely, it shapes your reality. When you identify with an emotion fully, it directs your behavior. Watching loosens this identification. Stoicism teaches that you can experience fully without becoming trapped. You may notice moments when watching fades and reaction returns. This is natural. Stoicism does not expect constant awareness. It teaches gentle return. Each time you notice that you have been carried away, you return to watching without criticism. This return is itself the practice. As this practice repeats, watching becomes more familiar. Reaction becomes less dominant. The inner world feels calmer, not because less happens, but because less is resisted. Stillness supports this shift by providing a stable background against which movement can be seen clearly. In this calm observation, the sense of urgency dissolves further. There is less pressure to decide, explain, or defend. Life continues, but you meet it with a softer grip. Stoicism teaches that urgency often creates more problems than it solves. Watching reveals this truth experientially. As the body relaxes into this awareness, sleep may feel closer. Thoughts become less defined. Attention drifts gently without losing presence. Stoicism allows this drifting. It does not pull you back into sharp focus. It trusts the mind to find its own rhythm. Watching the inner movement becomes almost soothing. There is something comforting about seeing thoughts arise and fall without consequence. Emotions move through without leaving marks. This experience builds trust in awareness itself. Stoicism relies on this trust. You begin to sense that nothing inside needs to be fixed right now. Inner movement does not require management. It only requires space. when space is present, movement organizes itself naturally. Stoicism teaches that order arises from clarity, not control. As this part draws toward its end, remain in this watching state. There is nothing to analyze or remember. Simply notice the quiet stability beneath the movement. You are not the thoughts passing through. You are not the emotions rising and falling. You are the awareness that notices them, steady and calm. From this place, the next layers of understanding will unfold gently. For now, allow watching to continue effortlessly. Let the mind soften. Let the body rest. Inner movement will continue, but you no longer need to move with it. In this quiet separation, deeper calm becomes possible, carrying you naturally forward into rest and understanding. As watching becomes more familiar, attention naturally settles into a quieter place between events. This place is subtle, often overlooked, yet it holds remarkable power. It is the space between stimulus and response. Stoicism places great importance on this space, not as an abstract idea, but as a lived experience that can be felt when awareness is calm. In this space, life slows just enough for freedom to appear. A stimulus arrives first. It may be a sound, a thought, a memory, or a sensation in the body. Almost immediately, a response usually follows. Words form, emotions surge, actions begin. Most of the time, this happens so quickly that it feels like a single movement. Stillness gently separates these moments. It reveals that stimulus and response are not the same thing. Between them, there is a pause. This pause is not empty. It is full of potential. When you notice it, you realize that reaction is not inevitable. There is a brief window where choice exists. Stoicism teaches that this window is where character is shaped. You're not defined by what happens to you, but by what you do in this space. At first, the pause may feel very small. It may last only a fraction of a second. Yet even this brief moment is enough. In it, you can breathe. You can feel the body. You can remember that you are watching rather than being pushed. Stillness strengthens this pause by slowing the mind's habitual rush. As awareness continues to rest, the pause becomes easier to recognize. You begin to notice the initial spark of reaction without being consumed by it. A tightening in the chest appears, but you do not immediately speak. A surge of emotion arises, but you do not immediately act. Stoicism values this restraint, not as suppression, but as awareness in action. This restraint feels different from resistance. Resistance is tense and rigid. Awareness is soft and spacious. When you rest in the pause, you're not fighting the impulse. You're simply not obeying it automatically. This subtle difference changes everything. Impulses lose their authority when they are observed rather than followed. The body plays an important role here. Physical sensations often signal reaction before thoughts become clear. A shift in posture, a shallow breath, a tightening muscle. Stillness trains you to notice these signals early. Stoicism considers this early noticing a form of wisdom. When you feel the body, you can respond before reaction escalates. As this sensitivity grows, responses become calmer. You speak more slowly. You move with intention. Even silence becomes an option. Stoicism teaches that silence can be a powerful response when it arises from clarity rather than avoidance. The pause allows silence to be chosen consciously. You may notice that many situations lose their intensity when met with a pause. What once felt urgent now feels manageable. The mind no longer races ahead to justify or defend. It stays closer to the present. Stoicism teaches that urgency often arises from fear. When fear is watched, urgency dissolves. The pause also reveals how often reactions are rooted in habit rather than necessity. You react because you always have, not because the moment demands it. Stillness exposes this pattern gently. When you see that reaction is habitual, you realize it can be unlearned. As awareness deepens, the pause extends naturally. You are not forcing yourself to wait. Waiting happens because there is no longer pressure to act immediately. This waiting feels calm, not strained. Stoicism values this calm waiting because it supports wise action. In the pause, perspective widens. You see more of the situation. You notice tone, context, and nuance. Responses become more fitting because they are informed rather than impulsive. Stoicism teaches that clarity improves with distance. The pause provides that distance. This distance does not disconnect you from emotion. You still feel. You simply feel without drowning. Emotions move through the pause without dictating behavior. This is emotional maturity in the Stoic sense, not the absence of feeling, but the presence of choice. As the pause becomes familiar, confidence grows quietly. You trust yourself to respond appropriately without rehearsing. Stoicism builds this trust through repeated experience. Each time you pause and respond with awareness, stability increases. The mind also becomes less reactive to imagined stimuli. Thoughts about the future arise, but they do not demand immediate planning. Memories appear, but they do not trigger regret. Stillness extends the pause even to mental events. You respond to thoughts as thoughts, not as realities. This change reduces mental fatigue. You are no longer chasing every idea or emotion. Energy is conserved. Stoicism teaches that conservation of energy is essential for inner peace. The pause prevents unnecessary expenditure. As the body relaxes further, the pause feels almost like rest. There is a sense of being held. Breathing remains slow and even. The nervous system settles into balance. Stoicism recognizes this physiological calm as a sign that awareness is aligned with reality. You may notice that the pause does not isolate you from life. It deepens engagement. When you respond rather than react, interactions feel more genuine. You are present rather than defensive. Stoicism values this presence because it supports harmony without force. As this part continues, allow yourself to rest in the pause without expectation. You do not need to use it perfectly. Simply noticing it is enough. Each moment of awareness strengthens it. Stillness is patient. It does not demand mastery. As this section approaches its end, remain with the feeling of space. There is no need to fill it. In this space, you are free to choose, free to wait, free to rest. Stoicism points to this freedom as the heart of inner sovereignty. Let the pause remain gentle and open. Inner movement will continue, but you no longer need to be pulled by it. Watching remains. the space remains. From here, deeper calm unfolds naturally, carrying you forward into quieter understanding and rest. As the pause between stimulus and response becomes familiar, something subtle begins to change on its own. Responses no longer need to be manufactured. They arise naturally, shaped by clarity rather than urgency. Stoicism points to this state as the quiet outcome of awareness. When watching is steady, response organizes itself without strain. At first, this may feel unfamiliar. You may be used to deciding quickly, preparing answers, or bracing for impact. Stillness gradually dissolves this preparation. When nothing inside is pushing forward, the mind waits. In that waiting, response forms gently, without pressure. This natural response is not passive, it is precise. It arrives at the right moment and in the right tone. Stoicism teaches that precision comes from alignment with reality, not from effort. When awareness is present, response fits the situation without excess. You may notice that words come fewer and slower. Silence feels more comfortable. When you do speak, the words carry less emotional weight. They are not trying to protect or prove. They simply express what is necessary. Stoicism values this simplicity because it reduces friction. As responses soften, interactions feel less draining. There is no inner debate afterward, no replaying of conversations. The body relaxes more quickly. Stillness supports this ease by preventing overinvestment. When response is natural, there is nothing to regret. You may also notice that not responding becomes an option more often. Some situations do not require action at all. Stoicism teaches discernment here. Knowing when not to respond is as important as knowing when to act. Awareness reveals this naturally. As natural response develops, trust in yourself grows quietly. You no longer need to rehearse scenarios. You know that when the moment arrives, clarity will be available. Stoicism builds this trust through repeated experience of calm response. This trust reduces anxiety about the future. You do not need to predict outcomes. You trust your capacity to meet whatever arises. Stillness anchors this trust in the present, where response is always possible. The body reflects this confidence. Shoulders settle, jaw softens, breathing remains steady, even in uncertainty. Stoicism recognizes these physical signs as evidence of inner alignment. When the body is calm, response flows more easily. Natural response also changes how you relate to mistakes. If a response is imperfect, there is less self-criticism. You learn from it without harsh judgment. Stoicism encourages this gentle learning. Growth does not require punishment. As awareness continues, you may notice that response sometimes comes before conscious thought. This is not impulsivity, it is integration. Awareness has become embodied. Stoicism sees this as the fruit of practice, where wisdom moves through action seamlessly. In this state, effort decreases. Life feels simpler. You do not need to manage yourself constantly. Watching continues quietly in the background. Response arises when needed and dissolves when complete. This simplicity supports rest. The mind does not cling to events. It releases them easily. As evening approaches or sleep draws near, thoughts lose momentum. Stillness deepens without effort. Natural response also brings humility. You see that you do not control everything. You respond to what is given. Stoicism teaches acceptance here. Acceptance does not mean approval. It means meeting reality without resistance. As this acceptance settles, peace becomes more consistent. It is not dependent on conditions. It arises from alignment between awareness and action. Stoicism points to this peace as durable because it does not rely on outcomes. You may notice gratitude emerging quietly. Gratitude not for specific events, but for the simplicity of being present. Stoicism values this quiet gratitude because it stabilizes the mind without attachment. As this part comes to a close, allow response to remain effortless. There is nothing to practice right now. Simply rest in the knowledge that response will arise when needed. Watching remains. The pause remains. Natural response completes the cycle. Let the mind soften further. Let the body rest. Awareness does not need to do anything. In this quiet balance between watching and responding, deeper calm becomes available. Allow yourself to drift gently, trusting that clarity will remain even as rest deepens. As awareness continues to steady, difficulty begins to appear in a different light. Challenges do not disappear. Discomfort still arises, yet the relationship to difficulty changes. Instead of bracing against it, awareness meets it directly, without resistance. Stoicism teaches that suffering is often intensified, not by what happens, but by the struggle against what is already present. Resistance feels like tightening. The body contracts. The mind argues with reality. Thoughts say, "This should not be happening," or "This must change immediately." Stillness makes this resistance visible. When you see it clearly, you begin to understand how much energy it consumes. Stoicism does not ask you to welcome pain, but to stop fighting what cannot be avoided in the moment. Meeting difficulty without resistance does not mean passivity. It means clarity. You acknowledge what is happening without adding layers of judgment. A sensation is felt. An emotion is noticed. A situation is recognized as it is. In this recognition, tension softens. Stoicism considers this softening the beginning of strength. When difficulty is met openly, it loses some of its sharpness. The mind stops amplifying it with stories about the future or regrets about the past. Attention returns to the immediate experience. What remains is often simpler than expected. Stoicism teaches that simplicity reduces suffering. You may notice that resistance often comes from expectation. You expected ease, agreement, comfort, or control. When reality differs, resistance arises. Stillness reveals this mechanism gently. By seeing expectation clearly, you loosen its hold. Stoicism encourages releasing expectations that create unnecessary conflict with reality. As resistance fades, the body relaxes, slightly even in discomfort. Breathing steadies. Muscles unclench. This does not remove pain, but it prevents additional strain. Stoicism recognizes that physical relaxation supports mental clarity. When the body is not fighting, the mind can respond wisely. Meeting difficulty without resistance also changes how emotions move. Emotions are allowed to be present without suppression. Sadness is felt without collapse. Frustration is felt without aggression. Stoicism teaches that emotions complete their cycle more naturally when they are not resisted. You may notice that difficult emotions pass more quickly when allowed. They rise, peak, and fall like waves. Resistance, by contrast, holds them in place. Stillness allows this natural movement. Stoicism respects this process and does not interfere. As awareness remains open, difficulty becomes less personal. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" Instead, you see difficulty as part of the human condition. Stoicism teaches that reframing difficulty as universal reduces isolation. You are not singled out by life. This perspective brings quiet compassion toward yourself. You are less harsh when things are hard. You do not demand constant strength or positivity. Stoicism values this self-compassion because it sustains resilience over time. Meeting difficulty without resistance also reveals choices. When you are not consumed by fighting reality, you can see what action is possible. Sometimes action is appropriate. Sometimes rest is needed. Sometimes patience is the wisest response. Stoicism teaches that clarity reveals appropriate action. As resistance dissolves, urgency decreases. You no longer feel pressured to fix everything immediately. You allow situations to unfold while staying attentive. Stoicism considers patience a form of intelligence, not delay. You may notice that when resistance fades, creativity emerges. New ways of responding appear. Solutions arise that were invisible when the mind was tense. Stillness creates space for insight. Stoicism trusts this space. The body continues to reflect this shift. Heart rate slows. Breathing deepens. There is a sense of groundedness, even in uncertainty. Stoicism recognizes these signs as alignment with reality rather than escape from it. Meeting difficulty without resistance also strengthens trust. You trust your ability to remain present even when things are uncomfortable. This trust reduces fear of future challenges. Stoicism builds this trust through repeated experience of calm endurance. As awareness deepens, you may notice subtle gratitude arising even in difficulty. Gratitude not for the pain itself, but for your capacity to meet it. Stoicism sees this gratitude as a stabilizing force that does not deny reality. This approach also softens relationships. When you do not resist difficulty, you are less likely to blame others. You see situations more clearly and respond with less defensiveness. Stoicism values harmony that arises from understanding rather than control. Meeting difficulty without resistance supports rest. The mind does not replay events endlessly, it releases them more easily. As the day fades or sleep approaches, thoughts lose intensity. Stillness deepens naturally. You may notice that difficulty no longer defines you. It becomes an experience rather than an identity. Stoicism teaches that you are larger than any challenge you face. Awareness holds difficulty without being limited by it. As this part continues, Allow yourself to remain open. There is no need to solve anything right now. Simply notice what is present without pushing it away. Resistance requires effort. Openness does not. In this openness, strength becomes quiet and steady. It does not announce itself. It simply remains. Stoicism points to this steady strength as the foundation of inner peace. As this part draws toward its close, rest in the feeling of allowing. Difficulty may still be present, but it is no longer an enemy. It is something you can meet, moment by moment, with awareness and calm. From this place, deeper understanding will continue to unfold gently, carrying you forward into the next stage of rest and reflection. As resistance continues to soften, discomfort begins to reveal something unexpected. It carries information. When you no longer push it away, discomfort becomes a quiet teacher rather than an obstacle. Stoicism invites you to listen to this teaching, not by analyzing it aggressively, but by staying present long enough to understand its message. Discomfort often arrives as sensation first, a heaviness in the chest, a tightness in the stomach, a subtle restlessness that does not immediately resolve. When awareness is calm, these sensations are felt clearly without interpretation. You're no longer asking why they exist. You're simply noticing that they do. This noticing changes the quality of the experience. Sensations that once felt overwhelming begin to feel specific. They have shape, location, texture. Stoicism teaches that clarity reduces fear. What is clearly felt becomes less threatening than what is vaguely resisted. As you stay with discomfort, the mind begins to see how quickly it used to escape. It distracted itself. It argued. It reached for reassurance or control. Stillness reveals these habits without judgment. You see how they formed, not as flaws, but as attempts to protect yourself. When discomfort is allowed, it does not demand escape. It unfolds at its own pace. Sometimes it intensifies briefly, then fades. Sometimes it shifts into another sensation. Stoicism respects this natural movement. It does not rush the process. You may notice that discomfort often points toward unmet needs or misaligned expectations. Perhaps there is fatigue that has been ignored. Perhaps there is a sadness that has not been acknowledged. Perhaps there is frustration connected to holding yourself to impossible standards. Stillness allows these connections to surface gently. Stoicism does not ask you to interpret discomfort immediately. It asks you to remain present first. Understanding arises naturally when attention is steady. The body and mind communicate quietly when they are not interrupted. As discomfort teaches, self-trust grows. You learn that you can remain present even when experience is not pleasant. This trust reduces fear of future discomfort. Stoicism builds resilience, not by avoidance, but by familiarity. This familiarity does not dull sensation. It deepens sensitivity. You become more attuned to subtle signals. Early signs of strain are noticed before they escalate. Stoicism values this sensitivity because it supports wise adjustment. Allowing discomfort also changes your relationship with effort. You stop forcing yourself through situations blindly. You listen. You respond with care rather than pressure. Stoicism teaches that sustainable strength comes from respect for limits. You may notice that when discomfort is acknowledged, it often softens. The body relaxes slightly. Breathing becomes fuller. This does not happen because you demanded it, but because tension was released. Stoicism recognizes that release follows acceptance. As awareness remains open, discomfort loses its emotional charge. It becomes sensation rather than story. You are no longer adding narratives about failure or inadequacy. Stoicism teaches that many narratives are optional. This shift also affects how you view others. When you understand your own discomfort more clearly, you recognize it in others. Compassion grows naturally. Stoicism sees compassion as a natural extension of self-awareness. Allowing discomfort to teach also reveals impermanence. Sensations change, emotions move, situations evolve. Nothing remains fixed. Stoicism emphasizes this impermanence to reduce clinging. What changes cannot define you permanently. As this understanding deepens, patience develops. You're less rushed to resolve discomfort. You trust the process of unfolding. Stoicism considers patience a form of wisdom rooted in realism. You may notice that discomfort often arises at the edge of growth, when habits are challenged, when identity loosens, when comfort zones shift. Stoicism does not frame this as punishment. It frames it as transition. Meeting discomfort with openness allows growth to happen without trauma. You move forward gradually. The nervous system adapts. Stillness supports this adaptation by preventing overwhelm. The body reflects this learning. Tension patterns soften over time. Posture becomes more relaxed. Sleep deepens. Stoicism acknowledges that the body learns alongside the mind. Allowing discomfort also clarifies values. When something feels deeply uncomfortable, it may signal misalignment. Perhaps a boundary has been crossed. Perhaps an action conflicts with your principles. Stillness helps you discern this without impulsivity. Stoicism teaches that values guide action best when emotion is not overwhelming. By allowing discomfort first, you prevent reactive decisions. You respond from clarity rather than urgency. As awareness continues, you may feel a quiet confidence emerging. Confidence not in constant comfort, but in your capacity to remain present. This confidence is stable because it does not depend on circumstances. Stoicism values this form of confidence deeply. Discomfort no longer feels like failure. It feels like feedback. You listen without panic. You adjust without self-blame. Stoicism teaches that learning is continuous, not conditional. This approach also reduces avoidance. You are less likely to distract yourself compulsively. You are willing to sit with experience as it is. Stillness supports this willingness gently. As the mind becomes less reactive, thoughts slow. There is more space between them. Discomfort does not trigger mental spirals. Stoicism recognizes this mental quiet as a sign of integration, allowing discomfort to teach also supports rest. When you do not fight experience, the nervous system settles more easily. As night approaches, the mind releases its grip. Sleep arrives without struggle. You may notice gratitude emerging again, subtle and quiet. Gratitude for the body's signals, gratitude for awareness itself. Stoicism sees this gratitude as grounding rather than sentimental. As this part nears its end, remain with a sense of openness. There is nothing to resolve right now. Discomfort may be present or absent. Either is fine. What matters is the quality of attention. Allow experience to unfold without commentary. Trust that understanding will come in its own time. Stoicism teaches that wisdom does not need to be forced. It emerges when resistance fades. Rest in this allowing. Let the body soften. Let the mind quiet further. Discomfort has nothing to prove. Awareness has nothing to fix. In this gentle meeting, deeper calm becomes available, carrying you naturally toward rest and the next unfolding of understanding. As awareness continues to allow discomfort to teach, a deeper quality begins to form quietly. Endurance without hardening. This is not the endurance of clenched teeth or forced optimism. It is a softer endurance, one that remains open while staying steady. Stoicism points to this quality as essential for lasting peace, because it allows you to meet difficulty without becoming rigid or close. Hardening happens when pain is resisted repeatedly. The body braces, the mind builds armor. Over time, this armor limits sensitivity and drains energy. Stillness reveals how subtle this hardening can be. It may feel like numbness, impatience, or emotional distance. Stoicism does not condemn these responses. It simply invites you to see them clearly. Endurance without hardening feels different. The body remains relaxed, even when experience is challenging. The mind stays receptive. You feel what is happening without collapsing or closing. Stoicism values this balance because it preserves both strength and sensitivity. As this form of endurance develops, you notice that discomfort no longer demands immediate resolution. You can carry it for a time without strain. This does not mean ignoring it. It means allowing it to exist alongside other experiences. Stoicism teaches that coexistence reduces suffering. You may notice that this endurance is supported by rhythm. Breathing settles into a steady pattern. Attention moves gently between sensation and space. Stillness allows this rhythm to establish itself naturally. When rhythm is present, endurance feels less like effort and more like flow. Endurance without hardening also changes how you relate to fatigue. Fatigue is recognized early. You rest before exhaustion sets in. Stoicism teaches that wisdom includes knowing when to pause. Endurance is sustained by respect for limits, not by denying them. As awareness remains open, you may notice that some discomfort no longer feels personal. It is simply part of being alive. Stoicism emphasizes this universality to reduce isolation. When discomfort is shared by all, it feels less threatening. This perspective softens self-judgment. You're less likely to criticize yourself for feeling tired, sad, or uncertain. Stoicism encourages this gentleness. because harsh judgment creates unnecessary resistance. Endurance without hardening also affects how you hold uncertainty. You do not rush to certainty for comfort. You allow not knowing to remain. Stillness supports this tolerance. Stoicism sees comfort with uncertainty as a sign of inner maturity. You may notice that when you do not harden, insight arrives more easily. The mind remains flexible. New understanding emerges without force. Stoicism trusts this openness because rigidity blocks learning. As endurance deepens, emotional reactions lose their sharp edges. Anger becomes less explosive. Sadness becomes less overwhelming. Joy becomes quieter and more stable. Stoicism values this emotional moderation because it supports balance. This moderation does not dull experience. It refines it. You feel more clearly, not less. Endurance without hardening allows full contact with life without being overwhelmed by it. You may notice that relationships feel different as well. When you do not harden, you listen more fully. You respond with patience. Stoicism teaches that inner steadiness improves outer harmony naturally. Endurance without hardening also protects compassion. When people face repeated difficulty, compassion often fades as a defense. Stillness keeps compassion alive by preventing emotional shutdown. Stoicism considers compassion a strength rooted in clarity. As awareness continues, you may feel a quiet dignity emerging. You do not dramatize your endurance. You simply remain present. Stoicism values this quiet dignity because it does not depend on recognition. This dignity supports rest when you are not fighting experience or hardening against it. The nervous system relaxes more deeply. Sleep becomes more restorative. Thoughts slow and soften. Endurance without hardening also reframes success. Success is no longer defined by avoiding discomfort. It is defined by staying open while moving forward. Stoicism teaches that true success is measured internally. You may notice that this endurance feels sustainable. It does not rely on adrenaline or force. It is replenished by rest, awareness, and acceptance. Stoicism emphasizes sustainability over intensity. As this quality stabilizes, fear of future challenges diminishes. You trust your capacity to endure without losing yourself. This trust reduces anxiety. Stoicism builds confidence through lived experience rather than belief. Endurance without hardening also allows grief to move naturally. When loss or sadness arises, you do not brace against it. You allow it to be felt fully. Stoicism teaches that grief completes itself when it is not resisted. This allowing prevents bitterness. You do not carry unresolved emotion forward. Stillness supports this release by providing space for feeling without identification. As awareness remains steady, the sense of time changes. Difficult moments no longer feel endless. You sense their impermanence. Stoicism emphasizes impermanence to reduce despair. Endurance without hardening also clarifies priorities. You stop wasting energy on unnecessary struggle. You choose where to engage. and where to rest. Stoicism teaches that discernment preserves strength. You may notice gratitude arising again, not as a reaction to comfort, but as recognition of resilience. Gratitude for your ability to remain open. Stoicism sees this gratitude as grounding. As the body relaxes further, sensations become smoother. Tension patterns unwind gradually. Stillness allows this unwinding without interference. Endurance without hardening also supports humility. You accept that difficulty will return. You do not expect permanent ease. Stoicism teaches realism as a form of peace. This realism prevents disappointment. You meet challenges with readiness rather than shock. Endurance feels natural because it aligns with reality. As this part draws toward its close, rest in the sense of open steadiness. There is nothing to achieve. Endurance is already present as capacity. You do not need to prove it. Allow the body to soften further. Let breathing remain slow and even. Thoughts may drift without importance. Awareness stays gentle and wide. In this open endurance, calm deepens naturally. You are not hard. You are not fragile. You are simply present, able to meet what arises without closing. Stoicism points to this state as a foundation for lasting peace. Let yourself rest here. Discomfort may come and go. Ease may come and go. What remains is your capacity to stay open. In this capacity, sleep and understanding continue to unfold quietly, carrying you forward without effort. As endurance settles into openness, attention begins to turn naturally toward discernment. Not everything deserves the same energy. Not everything requires response. Stoicism clarifies this by drawing a gentle but firm line between what is within your control and what is not. This distinction is not abstract philosophy here. It becomes a lived feeling when awareness is steady. What is within your control feels close and responsive. Your attention, your intention, your choice of response, your effort, these are experienced directly. What is outside your control feels distant and unstable. Other people's reactions, outcomes, timing, circumstances. When you stop resisting reality, this difference becomes obvious in the body. Trying to control what is not controllable creates tension. The jaw tightens. The breath shortens. Thoughts repeat. Stillness allows you to feel this tension clearly. Stoicism teaches that tension is a signal, not a failure. It signals misdirected effort. When effort is redirected toward what you can influence, the body relaxes. Energy gathers rather than scatters. There is a sense of alignment. You may notice that this alignment feels calming rather than effortful. Stoicism values this calm efficiency. Aligning with control does not mean withdrawing from life. It means engaging wisely. You continue to act, but your actions come from clarity rather than compulsion. Stillness supports this clarity by quieting unnecessary urgency. You may notice that much of your previous strain came from trying to manage outcomes, wanting others to understand, wanting situations to resolve in specific ways, wanting certainty where none exists. Stoicism gently releases these demands by reminding you where your influence truly lies. As you rest attention on what is within your control, a sense of simplicity emerges. Decisions become clearer. You ask quieter questions. What is needed now? What can I do with what I have? These questions do not overwhelm. They ground. This grounding changes how you experience effort. Effort becomes focused and limited. You no longer exhaust yourself trying to carry everything. Stoicism teaches that conserving energy is part of wisdom. You may notice that letting go of control over outcomes does not reduce care, it refines it. You care about your actions without being attached to results. Stillness helps you feel the difference between caring and clinging. As this distinction deepens, frustration softens. You are less reactive when things do not go as planned. You recognize earlier that some things are simply outside your reach. Stoicism frames acceptance here as realism, not resignation. Acceptance of limits creates space. In that space, patience grows naturally. You are no longer racing against reality. You move at a pace that the situation allows. This patience feels steady rather than forced. The body reflects this shift. Shoulders settle, breathing deepens. There is less background tension. Stoicism acknowledges these physical changes as signs of correct alignment. Aligning with control also clarifies responsibility. You take responsibility for your choices without taking responsibility for everything. This balance prevents both blame and guilt. Stillness supports this balance by keeping attention present. You may notice that self-criticism decreases. You judge yourself less harshly for things you could not change. Stoicism teaches that self-compassion arises when responsibility is accurately placed. As awareness remains steady, the mind becomes less preoccupied with comparison. You stop measuring yourself against others' paths. You focus on your own actions. Stoicism values this inward orientation because it reduces distraction. This inward focus supports consistency. You show up repeatedly without drama. Your effort is quieter, but more reliable. Stoicism considers reliability a form of strength. Aligning with control also changes how you handle setbacks. When something fails, you assess what was within your influence and adjust accordingly. You do not collapse into self-blame. Stillness allows this assessment to remain calm. You may notice that when you stop fighting what you cannot control, energy returns. Fatigue lifts slightly. There is more room for rest. Stoicism teaches that misdirected effort is exhausting. As this understanding deepens, trust grows. Trust not in outcomes, but in your capacity to respond. You know that whatever happens, you can act with integrity. Stillness anchors this trust in experience. This trust reduces anxiety about the future. You do not need to predict everything. You rely on your ability to meet the moment. Stoicism builds this reliance gradually through practice. Aligning with control also refines intention. You become more aware of why you act. Actions motivated by fear feel different from those motivated by values. Stillness helps you feel this difference clearly. When intention aligns with values, effort feels meaningful. Even small actions carry weight. Stoicism emphasizes this alignment because it sustains motivation without pressure. You may notice that letting go of control over others improves relationships. You listen more, you react less, you allow people to be as they are. Stoicism teaches that harmony arises when control is released. This release does not mean tolerating harm. It means responding appropriately without trying to manage others' inner worlds. Stillness supports clear boundaries without hostility. Aligning with control also supports forgiveness. When you recognize what was outside your influence, resentment softens. You stop replaying events. Stoicism sees forgiveness as freedom from unnecessary burden. As awareness continues, the mind simplifies further. Fewer thoughts demand attention. Focus narrows naturally. This simplicity supports rest and clarity. You may notice gratitude emerging again. Gratitude for what you can influence. Gratitude for clarity itself. Stoicism views this gratitude as stabilizing rather than emotional. The body continues to relax as effort aligns correctly. Sleep becomes deeper. Muscles release long-held tension. Stillness allows this unwinding without intervention. Aligning with control also reframes success. Success becomes acting in accordance with values rather than achieving specific outcomes. Stoicism teaches that this definition of success is stable. This stability reduces disappointment. You measure yourself by effort and integrity, not by circumstances. Stillness reinforces this measurement by keeping attention inward. As this part draws toward its close, remain with the feeling of alignment. Notice where effort feels smooth and where it feels strained. Let the strained effort soften. Return attention to what is within reach. There is nothing to fix right now. Simply rest in the clarity of knowing what is yours to carry and what is not. In this clarity, calm deepens naturally. Allow the mind to quiet further. Let the body rest. Alignment does not require vigilance. It sustains itself when awareness remains gentle. From this place, deeper understanding will continue to unfold. You are learning to move through life without unnecessary struggle, guided by clarity and steadiness. Rest here for a moment. Let this understanding settle quietly, preparing the ground for the next stage of reflection and rest. As alignment with what is within your control becomes clearer, another layer gently loosens on its own. Attachment to outcomes. You still act. You still care. But the tight grip on results begins to soften. Stoicism teaches that attachment is not the same as commitment. Commitment lives in effort. Attachment lives in expectation. Stillness reveals the difference through experience, not theory. Attachment feels like tension directed toward the future. The mind leans forward, waiting, hoping, fearing. The body mirrors this lean with subtle strain. Shoulders lift. Breathing becomes shallow. Awareness makes this visible. When you see attachment clearly, you understand why it drains you. Stoicism invites release not by force, but by recognition. Releasing attachment does not mean apathy. You do not stop wanting meaningful outcomes. You simply stop tying your peace to their arrival. This distinction is quiet but profound. When peace no longer depends on how things turn out, effort becomes lighter. You may notice that attachment often forms around identity. You want success to confirm worth. You want approval to confirm belonging. You want certainty to confirm safety. Stillness allows you to feel how these wants tighten the body. Stoicism gently loosens them by returning attention to what is already present. As attachment loosens, the present moment becomes more vivid. You are no longer rushing through it to reach a result. You notice details, sensations, subtle shifts in emotion. Stoicism values this presence because it anchors action in reality rather than projection. You may notice that when you act without attachment, responses from others feel less personal. Praise does not inflate. Criticism does not wound as deeply. Stillness supports this balance by keeping awareness steady. Releasing attachment also changes how you experience waiting. Waiting becomes less anxious. Time passes without constant checking. Stoicism teaches that waiting is easier when nothing is being demanded from the future. As awareness remains open, you may notice a quiet trust emerging. Trust not that things will go your way, but that you can remain steady regardless. This trust is subtle. It does not announce itself. It feels like ease in uncertainty. This ease allows creativity to flow. When you are not fixated on a specific outcome, you see more possibilities. Stoicism sees flexibility as strength because rigid goals often break under pressure. Releasing attachment also supports resilience. When outcomes disappoint, recovery is faster. You acknowledge disappointment without collapse. Stillness allows disappointment to be felt without turning into despair. You may notice that attachment often created unnecessary urgency. You pushed yourself harder than needed. You rushed conversations. You overlooked rest. Stoicism teaches that urgency fueled by attachment is unsustainable. As attachment fades, pacing improves naturally. You work when it is time to work. You rest when it is time to rest. The body responds positively to this rhythm. Breathing deepens. Fatigue softens. Releasing attachment also clarifies intention. You act because the action aligns with your values, not because you need a specific reward. Stoicism values this integrity because it remains stable under changing conditions. You may notice that when intention is clear, satisfaction arises independently of outcome. There is quiet fulfillment in acting well. Stoicism considers this fulfillment a reliable source of peace. As awareness continues, you may see how attachment amplified fear, fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of being wrong. When attachment loosens, fear loses leverage. Stillness allows fear to be seen as sensation rather than prophecy. This shift does not eliminate fear entirely. It changes your relationship to it. You feel fear without obeying it. Stoicism teaches that courage is not the absence of fear, but action without submission to it. Releasing attachment also softens comparison. You stop measuring progress against others' outcomes. You focus on your own effort. Stoicism encourages this inward orientation because comparison feeds attachment. As comparison fades, contentment becomes more accessible. You appreciate what is without immediately wanting something else. Stillness supports this appreciation by quieting desire. You may notice that gratitude deepens here. Gratitude for the chance to act. Gratitude for awareness itself. Stoicism views this gratitude as grounding because it does not depend on success. Releasing attachment also changes how you experience mistakes. Mistakes become information rather than verdicts. You learn without shame. Stillness keeps the learning process gentle. The body continues to reflect this change. Muscles soften. The nervous system relaxes. Sleep becomes less restless. Stoicism acknowledges these signs as indicators of alignment. As awareness remains steady, you may notice that attachment often disguised itself as motivation. You feared that without attachment, effort would disappear. Experience shows otherwise. Effort remains, but it is cleaner. Clean effort does not exhaust. It flows. Stoicism values this flow because it sustains long-term engagement without burnout. Releasing attachment also supports humility. You accept that many factors influence outcomes. You do your part without claiming control over the whole. Stillness supports this acceptance without diminishing agency. As humility grows, resentment fades. You stop blaming yourself or others for how things turn out. Stoicism sees this as liberation from unnecessary suffering. You may notice that letting go of attachment frees emotional energy. You have more space for curiosity, kindness, and rest. Stillness allows this space to be felt directly. This freedom also changes how you end activities. You can stop without regret. You can let go of projects that no longer align. Stoicism teaches that letting go is a skill, not a failure. As this part nears its end, remain with a sense of lightness. There is effort without strain, care without clinging, action without demand. This balance is subtle, but once felt, it becomes recognizable. Allow the body to settle further. Let breathing remain slow and even. Thoughts may drift without urgency. Awareness stays present without effort. Releasing attachment to outcomes does not remove purpose. It clarifies it. Purpose becomes about how you act, not what you get. Stoicism points to this clarity as a foundation for peace. Rest in this understanding. There is nothing to secure right now, nothing to prove. Simply allow awareness to remain open as calm deepens naturally, preparing the way for the next unfolding of insight and rest. As attachment to outcomes loosens, something steadier takes its place. Integrity. Integrity is not a concept you hold in your mind. It is a feeling in the body when action aligns with what you know to be right. Stoicism places integrity at the center of a peaceful life because it remains intact regardless of what follows. When awareness is calm, integrity becomes easier to feel and easier to follow. Integrity feels grounded. There is less inner debate. Before acting, you are not negotiating with fear or bargaining with desire. You sense what is appropriate and move in that direction without urgency. Stillness allows this sensing to emerge clearly without being drowned out by expectation. Acting with integrity does not guarantee comfort. Sometimes it leads into difficulty. Sometimes it requires saying no, stepping back, or choosing a slower path. Stoicism does not promise ease. It promises coherence. When your actions match your values, the mind rests more easily, even if circumstances remain challenging. You may notice that integrity feels different from stubbornness. Stubbornness is rigid and defensive. Integrity is flexible and calm. It adapts without abandoning principles. Stillness helps you feel this difference in real time. When action is driven by integrity, the body remains relatively relaxed, even under pressure. As awareness remains steady, you begin to recognize subtle cues that guide integrity. A sense of ease when moving in one direction, a subtle contraction when considering another. These cues are not loud. They require quiet attention. Stoicism values this sensitivity because it supports wise action without overthinking. Acting with integrity simplifies decisions. You no longer ask, "Will this work?" or "How will this look?" as primary questions. You ask, "Is this aligned?" This question grounds attention in the present. Stillness makes the answer easier to feel. When integrity guides action, regret diminishes. Even if outcomes disappoint, there is less replaying of events. You know you acted from clarity. Stoicism teaches that this knowing is a source of durable peace. You may notice that acting with integrity reduces internal conflict. Parts of you stop pulling in opposite directions. Energy gathers instead of scattering. The body reflects this coherence through steadier breathing and reduced tension. Integrity also changes how you experience effort. Effort becomes purposeful rather than anxious. You do what needs to be done without trying to control the entire process. Stoicism sees this focused effort as efficient and humane. As integrity stabilizes, self-respect grows quietly. You trust yourself more. You rely less on external validation. Stillness supports this trust by keeping awareness inward rather than outward. You may notice that when self-respect is present, boundaries become clearer. You say yes and no with less explanation. You protect your energy without defensiveness. Stoicism teaches that clear boundaries arise naturally from integrity. Acting with integrity also affects how you relate to mistakes. When mistakes happen, you evaluate them honestly without self-attack. You correct what you can and release what you cannot. Stillness prevents this evaluation from becoming harsh. You may notice that integrity invites humility. You recognize that you will not always know the perfect action. You act with sincerity rather than certainty. Stoicism values this humility because it keeps learning alive. As awareness continues, integrity becomes less effortful. You are not constantly checking yourself. Alignment feels natural. The mind stops questioning every move. This ease supports rest and confidence. Integrity also softens fear of judgment. You accept that others may misunderstand your actions. You do not need universal approval. Stillness keeps attention on your own alignment rather than on others' opinions. You may notice that acting with integrity reduces resentment. You're less likely to feel used or overlooked. When you choose your actions consciously, you take responsibility for them. Stoicism teaches that resentment fades when responsibility is clear. As this responsibility settles, freedom increases. You're no longer reacting out of obligation or pressure. You choose deliberately. This choice feels empowering rather than burdensome. Integrity also reframes sacrifice. Sacrifice is no longer about loss. It is about alignment. You give up certain options to remain coherent. Stoicism sees this as strength rather than deprivation. You may notice that integrity supports patience. You do not rush outcomes. You allow processes to unfold. Stillness helps you tolerate uncertainty without compromising values. As awareness remains open, integrity begins to guide even small actions. How you speak, how you listen, how you rest. Stoicism emphasizes that consistency in small actions builds stability. This consistency reduces internal noise. You are not constantly adjusting your behavior to fit circumstances. You act from a steady center. The body relaxes further as this center stabilizes. Integrity also deepens compassion. When you are aligned internally, you are less reactive to others' misalignment. You respond with clarity rather than judgment. Stoicism teaches that compassion flows naturally from self-coherence. You may notice that acting with integrity changes how you experience success. Success feels quieter. It does not inflate. It confirms alignment rather than superiority. Stillness keeps this success grounded. Failure also feels different. It does not collapse identity. It becomes feedback. Stoicism encourages learning without shame when integrity is intact. As integrity stabilizes, motivation shifts. You are motivated by meaning rather than reward. This motivation is steadier. It does not spike and crash. Stillness supports this steady engagement. You may notice that integrity reduces mental fatigue. There are fewer inner arguments. Decisions take less energy. Sleep deepens as the mind releases unresolved tension. Integrity also clarifies priorities. You see more clearly what matters and what does not. You stop overcommitting. Stoicism teaches that clarity preserves vitality. As awareness continues, integrity feels less like effort and more like expression. You are not trying to be someone. You are allowing your values to move through you. This expression feels natural and sustainable. You may notice gratitude emerging again. Gratitude for coherence. Gratitude for the ability to act honestly. Stoicism views this gratitude as stabilizing because it is rooted in agency rather than circumstance. As this part approaches its end, rest in the feeling of alignment. There is nothing to prove. Integrity does not need display. It is quiet and sufficient. Allow the body to soften further. Let breathing remain slow and even. Thoughts may drift without urgency. Awareness stays present, gentle, and wide, acting with integrity regardless of result. Completes this cycle of understanding. You act, you release, you rest. Outcome comes and goes. Alignment remains. Stoicism points to this rhythm as a foundation for lasting peace. Remain here for a moment. Let this understanding settle into the body. There is no next step required right now. Simply rest in coherence as calm deepens naturally, preparing the ground for the next unfolding of insight and sleep. As integrity settles into a steady rhythm, attention naturally returns to the present moment, not as an idea, but as a place you can feel. The present is no longer something you rush through on the way to somewhere else. It becomes the ground beneath you. Stoicism invites this grounding because peace cannot be postponed. It can only be lived where you are. Living in accord with the present moment does not mean ignoring the past or denying the future. It means recognizing that action, choice, and awareness only occur now. Stillness reveals this directly. When attention rests, the present feels full rather than empty. There is texture in sensation, softness in breath, and quiet continuity in awareness. The mind often resists the present by drifting elsewhere. It revisits what has already happened or rehearses what might occur. These movements are familiar and automatic. Stillness does not fight them. It notices them gently. Stoicism teaches that noticing without resistance brings attention back naturally. When attention returns, the body responds first. Breathing becomes more even. Muscles release small layers of tension. There is a sense of arrival. This arrival does not require effort. It happens when urgency fades. Living in the present moment simplifies experience. Instead of managing many imagined scenarios, you attend to one unfolding reality. Stoicism values this simplicity because it reduces unnecessary mental strain. What is here is enough to engage. You may notice that when you are present, problems feel smaller. They are addressed step by step rather than all at once. Stillness supports this stepwise approach by keeping attention focused on what is actually happening. The present moment also carries information. Sensations signal needs. Emotions indicate meaning. Thoughts offer perspective. When you are present, these signals are clearer. Stoicism teaches that clarity arises from direct contact rather than analysis alone. As presence deepens, impatience softens. You are less frustrated by the pace of events. You move with time rather than against it. This alignment feels restful. Stoicism considers this restfulness a sign of wisdom. Living in the present also reduces regret. Regret thrives in comparison between what is and what could have been. When attention is anchored now, comparison loses strength. You respond to what is available rather than mourning alternatives. You may notice that presence changes how you experience pleasure. Pleasure becomes quieter and more stable. It is enjoyed without grasping. Stoicism values this moderation because it prevents attachment. Presence also changes how you experience discomfort. Discomfort is felt fully but briefly. It does not accumulate through rumination. Stillness allows sensation to move without narrative. As awareness remains present, time feels different. Moments stretch gently. You're not racing them. This slower sense of time supports calm. Stoicism does not seek slowness for its own sake. It allows it when it arises naturally. Living in accord with the present moment also supports attentiveness in action. You listen more fully. You speak more deliberately. Stoicism teaches that attention improves ethical action because it reduces misunderstanding. You may notice that presence reduces self-consciousness. You're less occupied with how you appear. You're more engaged with what you are doing. This engagement feels grounding rather than consuming. As presence stabilizes, gratitude arises quietly. Gratitude for ordinary details. The feel of air, the weight of the body resting. Stoicism sees this gratitude as natural when attention is not elsewhere. The present moment also reveals limits clearly. You see what can be done now and what cannot. This clarity prevents overextension. Stillness supports this by keeping awareness realistic. Living in the present does not eliminate planning. It changes its tone. Planning becomes practical rather than anxious. You plan when needed and then return attention to now. Stoicism teaches this balance. You may notice that presence supports acceptance. You stop arguing with what is happening. You meet it directly. Acceptance here is not agreement, it is recognition. Stoicism values recognition because it precedes wise action. As awareness continues, presence becomes less intentional. You are not reminding yourself to be present. You simply are. The mind rests in what is happening without effort. This ease supports rest. As the day winds down or sleep approaches, presence allows the mind to release. Thoughts slow. Awareness remains gentle. Stoicism allows this drifting without correction. Living in accord with the present moment also strengthens resilience. When challenges arise, you meet them as they come rather than anticipating their weight. Stillness keeps you here, where response is possible. You may notice that presence reduces fear. Fear feeds on imagined futures. When attention stays now, fear loses fuel. Stoicism teaches that courage grows from presence. As presence deepens, the sense of self softens further. You're less defined by stories and more by awareness. This softening supports calm because identity is not being defended. Presence also improves connection. When you are here, others feel it. Interactions become more genuine. Stoicism values this quiet authenticity. You may notice that presence makes rest more restorative. Sleep comes more easily. The body trusts the moment. Stillness supports this trust by reducing mental agitation. Living in the present moment also brings humility. You recognize that this moment is given, not controlled. Stoicism teaches respect for this givenness as part of peace. As awareness remains steady, presence becomes a refuge. not an escape, but a stable place to return. Whenever the mind wanders, presence is available. You may notice that presence reduces the need for distraction. You are content with what is. Stoicism considers this contentment a sign of inner sufficiency. As this part continues, allow attention to remain simple. Feel the body. Notice the breath. Allow sounds and sensations to pass without labeling. There is no need to hold on to anything. Living in accord with the present moment does not require constant focus. It allows gentle awareness. If attention drifts, it returns. There is no failure in drifting. As this section nears its close, rest in the sense of being here. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be added. The present moment is enough to support calm. Allow the body to soften further. Let breathing remain slow and natural. Thoughts may appear and fade without importance. Awareness stays open and kind. In this presence, deeper rest becomes available. You are no longer chasing peace. You are inhabiting it quietly, moment by moment, as the night continues to unfold. As living in the present moment becomes more familiar, the way you relate to time itself begins to change. Time no longer feels like an opponent or a pressure. It softens into something you move with rather than against. Stoicism quietly reshapes this relationship by reminding you that time is not something you possess or control. It is something you inhabit, moment by moment. Much of human tension comes from conflict with time, feeling behind, feeling rushed, feeling that something should already have happened or must happen soon. Stillness reveals how these pressures live in the body. Tight shoulders, shallow breath, a subtle urgency that never quite rests. When awareness is calm, these signals become easier to notice. Softening the relationship with time does not mean becoming careless or unstructured. It means releasing the belief that time owes you something. Stoicism teaches that frustration often arises from expecting time to conform to personal timelines rather than reality. When this expectation loosens, effort becomes gentler. You may notice that when you stop rushing mentally, actions naturally slow to an appropriate pace. Not sluggish, not hurried, just enough. The body finds a rhythm that feels sustainable. Breathing deepens. Movements become smoother. This rhythm supports calm attention. Time often feels heavy when it is filled with anticipation or regret. Anticipation pulls attention forward. Regret pulls it backward. Stillness anchors awareness where time is lightest, now. Stoicism emphasizes this anchoring because it reduces mental load. As awareness rests in the present, you may notice that the mind stops measuring moments so aggressively. You are less concerned with how long something takes. You are more interested in how it feels to be engaged. This shift brings relief. Time stops feeling like a resource that is constantly running out. Softening your relationship with time also changes how you experience waiting. Waiting becomes less tense. You are no longer standing mentally at the end of the wait. You remain where you are. Stoicism teaches that waiting is easier when you do not resist it. You may notice that impatience loses strength. Situations unfold at their own pace, and you adapt rather than resist. Stillness allows patience to arise naturally. Stoicism sees patience as alignment with reality rather than passive endurance. As this alignment deepens, planning becomes simpler. You plan when planning is needed, then you let the plan rest. You do not mentally revisit it constantly. This reduces cognitive strain. Stoicism values this economy of thought. Softening the relationship with time also affects how you relate to aging, change, and impermanence. You stop trying to freeze moments or rush through them. You allow them to pass. Stoicism teaches acceptance of impermanence not as loss, but as truth. You may notice that when you accept the passage of time, anxiety about the future softens. You're less preoccupied with what is coming next. You trust that you will meet it when it arrives. Stillness supports this trust by grounding attention now. This trust reduces the urge to multitask mentally. You do one thing at a time. When attention is unified, effort feels lighter. Stoicism encourages this unity because divided attention fragments peace. As awareness continues, you may feel moments where time almost disappears. You are absorbed, but not tense, present, but not striving. These moments are not special states to chase. They arise naturally when resistance to time fades. Softening your relationship with time also reframes productivity. Productivity becomes about presence rather than output. You engage fully with what you are doing instead of counting tasks. Stoicism values quality of action over quantity. You may notice that when you stop racing time, fatigue decreases. Much exhaustion comes from mental acceleration rather than physical effort. Stillness slows the mind, allowing the body to recover. As time pressure eases, enjoyment becomes simpler. You enjoy without needing to extend the moment. You allow pleasure to come and go. Stoicism teaches moderation here to prevent attachment. Softening time also brings compassion for yourself. You stop expecting constant efficiency. You allow rest without guilt. Stoicism sees rest as part of wisdom, not weakness. You may notice that days feel fuller, even when fewer things happen. Presence fills time. There is less sense of emptiness or boredom. Stillness reveals richness in ordinary moments. As awareness remains steady, the mind stops arguing with the pace of life. You stop thinking, this should be faster, or this should already be over. Acceptance replaces resistance. Stoicism teaches that acceptance reduces suffering immediately. Softening the relationship with time also changes how you experience endings. Endings are no longer abrupt losses. They are transitions. You let moments close without clinging. Stillness supports this letting go. You may notice that this softness creates emotional space. You are less reactive when plans change. You adapt more easily. Stoicism values adaptability because rigidity creates conflict with time. As this understanding deepens, fear of running out diminishes. Running out of time, running out of chances. You recognize that life unfolds sequentially. Stillness helps you trust the sequence. Softening time also supports forgiveness. You let past moments remain past. You do not relive them repeatedly. Stoicism teaches that carrying the past forward unnecessarily burdens the present. You may notice that as the past loosens, the future also loosens. Attention stays balanced. You are informed by experience without being trapped by it. As awareness continues, time becomes less central. You stop organizing identity around age, deadlines, or milestones. You focus on how you live rather than when things happen. Stoicism encourages this shift toward lived quality. This change brings humility. You recognize that time moves independently of desire. You cooperate rather than compete. Stillness allows this cooperation to feel natural. Softening the relationship with time also improves sleep. When the mind stops racing ahead or replaying the day, rest comes more easily. Breathing deepens. The body trusts the night. You may notice gratitude arising again. Gratitude for this moment, for having time at all. Stoicism sees this gratitude as stabilizing because it replaces urgency with appreciation. As this part nears its close, allow yourself to rest in this softer sense of time. There is nowhere to go right now, nothing to hurry toward. The present moment holds you fully. Feel the body resting. Notice the slow rhythm of breath. Thoughts may drift without pulling you along. Awareness stays gentle and wide. Softening your relationship with time does not remove responsibility. It removes unnecessary pressure. You continue to live, act, and choose without rushing your own existence. Remain here for a while. Let time move at its own pace. You are not behind. You are not late. You are exactly where you are, and that is enough. In this acceptance, deeper calm unfolds naturally, carrying you forward into the next quiet layer of understanding and rest. As your relationship with time softens, another understanding settles quietly into awareness. Events unfold according to a flow far larger than individual effort. Trusting this flow does not mean giving up responsibility or intention. It means releasing the belief that you must force life into shape at every moment. Stoicism invites this trust because it reduces struggle without diminishing engagement. The flow of events can be felt when resistance drops. Situations arise, change, and resolve in patterns that are not always predictable. When you stop insisting on control, these patterns become easier to observe. Stillness reveals how often things move forward, even without constant interference. This realization brings relief. Trusting the flow does not require optimism. It requires realism. You recognize that not everything will go as planned, and that this is not a personal failure. Stoicism teaches that peace comes from cooperating with reality rather than negotiating with it. As awareness remains present, you may notice that forcing outcomes often created friction. Conversations became tense. Efforts became exhausting. When force is replaced by trust, actions feel lighter. You still act, but you do not push against what resists. Trusting the flow also changes how you experience uncertainty. Uncertainty becomes less threatening. You no longer rush to resolve it mentally. Stillness allows you to sit with not knowing without anxiety. Stoicism considers comfort with uncertainty, a form of inner stability. You may notice that when you trust the flow, you listen more closely. You respond to cues rather than scripts. Life feels more conversational, less confrontational. Stoicism values this responsiveness because it aligns action with context. As trust deepens, fear of losing control softens. You recognize that control was never complete to begin with. Stillness reveals that much of life unfolded before any planning occurred. This recognition reduces the burden you carry. Trusting the flow also reframes effort. Effort becomes participation rather than domination. You do your part and allow the rest to unfold. Stoicism teaches that this division preserves energy and clarity. You may notice that when you trust the flow, mistakes feel less catastrophic. They become part of the movement rather than interruptions. Stillness helps you integrate errors without self-attack. As awareness continues, you may feel moments of ease where things align naturally. These moments are not achievements. They are reminders that life does not require constant correction. Stoicism encourages you to notice these moments without clinging. Trusting the flow also supports patience with others. You stop expecting immediate change. You allow people to move at their own pace. Stoicism sees this patience as respect for autonomy. You may notice that when you trust the flow, your body relaxes more deeply. The nervous system settles. Breathing becomes smooth. This physical ease signals alignment. As trust grows, anticipation loses urgency. You look forward without leaning forward. Stillness keeps attention balanced. Stoicism values this balance because it prevents disappointment. Trusting the flow also changes how you experience setbacks. Setbacks become redirections rather than dead ends. You adjust without drama. Stoicism teaches adaptability as a core strength. You may notice that trust reduces the need for constant reassurance. You rely more on awareness than on external confirmation. Stillness supports this self-reliance gently. As awareness remains open, you may feel a quiet confidence emerging. Confidence not in outcomes, but in your ability to meet whatever arises. Stoicism builds this confidence through repeated alignment with reality. Trusting the flow also deepens humility. You recognize your place within a larger process. You contribute without claiming ownership of results. Stillness allows this humility to feel peaceful rather than diminishing. You may notice that when you trust the flow, joy becomes simpler. It arises without being planned. Stoicism teaches that unforced joy is more stable. As trust stabilizes, worry diminishes. Worry thrives on imagined control. When control is released, worry loses purpose. Stillness helps you see this clearly. Trusting the flow also supports forgiveness. You accept that some events could not have unfolded differently. You release self-blame. Stoicism sees forgiveness as freedom from unnecessary weight. You may notice that trust allows rest to deepen. The mind stops monitoring constantly. Sleep comes more easily. breathing slows. The body feels safe. As awareness continues, the sense of struggle fades further. Life feels less like a problem to solve and more like a process to inhabit. Stoicism encourages this shift because it restores ease. Trusting the flow does not remove discernment. You still choose wisely. You simply do not fight the current unnecessarily. Stillness helps you feel when to act and when to allow. You may notice that trust brings gratitude. Gratitude for movement itself, for being part of something unfolding. Stoicism values this gratitude because it anchors contentment. As this part nears its close, allow yourself to rest in trust. There is nothing to fix right now. Events will continue to unfold. You will continue to respond. Feel the body resting. Notice the quiet rhythm of breath. Thoughts may appear and pass without demand. Awareness stays gentle and open. Trusting the flow of events completes this exploration of presence and time. You are learning to live without constant resistance, without rushing, without forcing. This way of living supports calm naturally. Remain here for a moment. Let trust settle into the body. There is no next task, no next step. Simply allow the flow to carry you gently. As rest deepens, and understanding continues to unfold quietly in the background. As trust in the flow of events settles more deeply, attention naturally turns toward something quietly sustaining: inner stillness. Not the stillness of silence alone, but the stillness that remains available even while life continues to move. Stoicism treats this stillness not as a rare state, but as a capacity that can be cultivated gently over time. When awareness is calm, stillness is never far away. Inner stillness begins with familiarity. You recognize the feeling of resting without urgency, of being present without strain. This recognition grows through repetition rather than effort. Each time you pause, breathe, and notice what is already here, stillness becomes easier to access. Stoicism values this repetition because it builds reliability rather than intensity. Stillness does not require withdrawal from activity. You can be active and still inwardly quiet. The body moves. The mind thinks. Yet something underneath remains undisturbed. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the absence of unnecessary resistance. Stoicism teaches that resistance is what disturbs the mind, not movement itself. As awareness remains open, you may notice moments throughout the day where stillness naturally appears. A pause between tasks, a breath before speaking, a quiet moment before sleep. These moments are small, but they are sufficient. Stoicism encourages noticing them rather than dismissing them. Cultivating inner stillness also involves recognizing when it is lost. Agitation, rush, and distraction signal departure from stillness. Stillness does not require you to judge these moments. It simply invites return. Each return strengthens familiarity. You may notice that stillness feels supportive rather than restrictive. It gives space for thought without pressure. Emotions are felt without overwhelm. Stoicism teaches that stillness creates conditions for clarity to arise naturally. As stillness becomes more accessible, reactions slow. You're less pulled by immediate impulses. You respond with intention rather than habit. This change is subtle but cumulative. Stoicism values gradual transformation because it lasts. Stillness also supports consistency. You do not rely on motivation spikes. You act steadily. Even small actions feel manageable. Stoicism considers consistency a form of strength. You may notice that inner stillness changes how you listen. You hear without planning responses. You allow silence. Stoicism values listening because it aligns action with understanding. Cultivating stillness also affects how you relate to thoughts. Thoughts arise, but they do not demand attention. You choose which to follow. This choice becomes easier when the background is quiet. Stoicism teaches that freedom begins with choice. As awareness remains steady, stillness becomes less effortful. You do not need to create it. You notice it when it is already present. This noticing reinforces it gently. Stillness also supports ethical clarity. When the mind is quiet, values become easier to feel. You know what aligns without extensive reasoning. Stoicism trusts this felt clarity. You may notice that stillness reduces mental fatigue. The mind rests between thoughts. This rest accumulates. Sleep deepens. Stoicism acknowledges rest as essential for wisdom. Cultivating inner stillness does not mean suppressing emotion. Emotions move freely. Stillness provides space for them to move without disruption. Stoicism teaches that space allows emotions to complete themselves. You may notice that stillness increases patience. Waiting feels less strained. Time feels less pressured. Stoicism values patience as alignment with reality. Stillness also supports humility. You recognize that not everything requires your intervention. You allow processes to unfold. Stoicism sees this allowing as respect for the natural order. As awareness continues, stillness becomes a refuge you can return to, not an escape, but a grounding. Whenever agitation arises, stillness is available. You may notice gratitude emerging again. Gratitude for quiet moments. Gratitude for the capacity to pause. Stoicism sees this gratitude as stabilizing. Cultivating inner stillness also strengthens resilience. When challenges arise, you return to stillness before acting. This pause prevents escalation. Stoicism teaches that calm precedes wise action. As stillness stabilizes, life feels less overwhelming. There is more space around experiences. Stoicism values this spaciousness because it reduces suffering. You may notice that inner stillness supports kindness. You are less reactive. You respond with care. Stoicism encourages kindness as a natural outcome of calm awareness. Stillness also clarifies boundaries. You sense when to engage and when to step back. Stoicism teaches that boundaries protect energy. As awareness remains gentle, stillness deepens further. Thoughts slow. The body relaxes. Breathing becomes quiet. Sleep draws closer. Cultivating inner stillness is not a task to complete. It is an orientation to maintain lightly. Stoicism does not demand perfection. It invites familiarity. As this part nears its end, rest in the sense of quiet presence. There is nothing to add, nothing to remove. Stillness is already here. Allow the body to soften fully. Let the mind rest without direction. Awareness remains open and kind. From this place, deeper calm continues to unfold. Inner stillness supports everything that follows, gently carrying you toward rest and the next unfolding of understanding. As inner stillness becomes more familiar, another shift quietly unfolds: the ability to rest in awareness without effort. This resting is not something you force or manufacture. It is something you allow by stepping out of the habit of constant doing. Stoicism points gently toward this state by reminding you that peace does not come from controlling experience, but from understanding your relationship to it. Resting in awareness begins when you stop trying to improve the moment. You notice sensations, thoughts, and emotion as they arise, without the impulse to adjust them. This does not mean indifference. It means presence without interference. Awareness watches, and in watching, it naturally calms. You may notice how often the mind attempts to manage experience. It labels, evaluates, predicts, and plans. These movements are not wrong, but they are tiring when constant. Stoicism teaches discernment, knowing when action is needed and when rest is wiser. Awareness resting is that wiser pause. As awareness settles, experience feels less fragmented. Thoughts appear, but they are not chased. Sensations come and go without commentary. This simplicity allows the nervous system to soften. Breathing slows naturally. The body recognizes safety in this non-demanding presence. You may notice that effortlessness feels unfamiliar at first. The mind is used to striving. It equates effort with value. Stoicism gently challenges this belief by showing that clarity often arises when effort subsides. Wisdom is revealed, not constructed. Resting in awareness also shifts how time is perceived. Moments feel fuller, less rushed. You are no longer projecting constantly into the next task. Stoicism values this grounded presence because it aligns attention with reality rather than anticipation. As awareness remains steady, you may notice a sense of spaciousness around thoughts. They no longer crowd each other. Silence appears between them. This silence is not empty, it is supportive. Stoicism recognizes this silence as fertile ground for insight. Emotions, too, benefit from this resting. When awareness watches emotions without resistance, they move through more smoothly. There is less suppression, less indulgence. Stoicism teaches balance, and resting awareness naturally restores it. You may notice that resting awareness brings a quiet confidence, not the confidence of achievement, but the confidence of being okay without constant proof. Stoicism regards this confidence as rooted in self-trust rather than outcome. As the practice deepens, the boundary between awareness and experience softens. You are no longer standing apart, nor are you lost inside. There is intimacy without entanglement. Stoicism often describes this as living in agreement with nature, including your own nature. Resting in awareness also refines attention. You become less scattered. You notice details without strain. The present moment feels sufficient. Stoicism values sufficiency because it frees the mind from excess desire. You may notice how resting awareness affects decision making. Choices feel clearer, less rushed. You act from understanding rather than impulse. Stoicism teaches that right action follows right perception. As awareness continues to rest, the habit of mental storytelling weakens. Events no longer require immediate interpretation. You experience first, interpret later if needed. This sequence reduces unnecessary suffering. Stoicism encourages this restraint. You may notice that rest in awareness brings gentleness toward yourself. Self-criticism softens. Expectations loosen. Stoicism supports this gentleness because harshness clouds judgment. Resting awareness also enhances resilience. When challenges arise, you do not collapse into reaction. You stay present. Stoicism emphasizes endurance, not through force, but through steadiness. As awareness remains open, gratitude may emerge quietly. Gratitude for simplicity. Gratitude for breath. Stoicism sees gratitude as recognition rather than obligation. You may notice that resting awareness changes how you relate to silence. Silence becomes comfortable, even nourishing. Stoicism appreciates silence as a teacher. As this practice deepens, the sense of a separate controller fades. You are not managing awareness. Awareness is managing itself. Stoicism hints at this paradox. Effort recedes as mastery matures. You may notice that this resting does not make you passive. When action is required, it arises naturally. You respond without hesitation. Stoicism values timely action grounded in calm. Resting awareness also supports compassion. When you are not preoccupied with inner struggle, you perceive others more clearly. Stoicism teaches empathy without entanglement. As the body relaxes further, subtle tensions release. Muscles soften. The jaw unclenches. The eyes rest. Awareness notices these shifts without directing them. You may notice that resting awareness improves sleep readiness. The mind is less active, thoughts slow. Stoicism acknowledges the importance of preparing the mind for rest. As awareness remains steady, you may notice moments of quiet joy, not excitement, but contentment. Stoicism recognizes contentment as alignment with what is. Resting awareness also clarifies limits. You recognize when to stop, when to rest. Stoicism teaches moderation as wisdom. You may notice that resting awareness reduces the urge to compare. Comparison loses relevance when presence is full. Stoicism discourages comparison because it distorts value. As this part continues, awareness becomes less personal. Experiences arise, but they are not owned tightly. Stoicism teaches that attachment increases suffering. You may notice that resting awareness supports acceptance, not resignation, but acknowledgement. Stoicism values acceptance of what is outside control. As acceptance deepens, inner conflict decreases. You stop arguing with reality. Energy is conserved. Stoicism sees this conservation as strength. You may notice that resting awareness brings clarity to values. What matters stands out. What does not fades. Stoicism teaches value-based living. As awareness continues, there is less urgency to define yourself. Identity softens. Stoicism points beyond rigid identity toward character. You may notice that resting awareness supports patience with others. You allow them to be as they are. Stoicism teaches tolerance without naivety. As the mind quiets further, imagination settles. Fewer scenarios are rehearsed. Stoicism warns against unnecessary mental rehearsal. You may notice that resting awareness brings a sense of wholeness. Nothing is missing. Stoicism describes this as sufficiency of the present. As awareness remains gentle, the practice becomes self-sustaining. You do not need reminders. The body-mind remembers the path. You may notice that resting awareness changes how you experience effort later. Effort becomes lighter. Stoicism teaches economy of energy. As this section draws toward rest, allow awareness to remain open and unforced. There is no goal to reach, no state to hold. Let thoughts come and go like soft waves. Let the body sink into stillness. Awareness remains steady and kind. From this resting place, deeper calm prepares the ground for the next unfolding. There is nothing to do, simply remain. As awareness continues to rest without effort, another layer of calm gradually reveals itself. Quiet continuity. This is the feeling that nothing needs to be added to the moment and nothing needs to be removed. Experience flows on its own, and you move with it rather than against it. Stoicism gently prepares the mind for this state by teaching acceptance, patience, and trust in the unfolding of nature. Quiet continuity does not arrive suddenly. It emerges as the result of many small releases. Each time you stop resisting a sensation, each time you allow a thought to pass without following it, each time you accept what cannot be changed, you loosen another knot. Over time, these loosenings create space. In that space, continuity becomes natural. You may notice that the mind no longer jumps as quickly from one concern to another. Thoughts still appear, but they feel less urgent. They no longer demand immediate resolution. Stoicism teaches that urgency often comes from misunderstanding what is truly within your control. As that misunderstanding fades, urgency dissolves with it. Quiet continuity also changes how you experience effort. Action still happens, but it feels smoother, less strained. You are not pushing against the moment. You are participating in it. Stoicism values this harmony because it reflects living in accordance with reason and nature rather than personal struggle. As continuity deepens, you may notice a subtle trust forming. Trust not in outcomes, but in your ability to meet whatever arises. This trust is quiet and stable. It does not announce itself. Stoicism recognizes this as inner security, a security that does not depend on favorable circumstances. You may notice that memory softens its grip. Past events still exist, but they do not intrude as strongly into the present. The mind learns that replaying old scenes is not necessary for safety. Stoicism encourages learning from the past without living inside it. Quiet continuity also affects how you relate to the future. Planning becomes simpler, more practical. You prepare without worrying. Stoicism teaches foresight without fear, and continuity supports that balance. As awareness remains steady, you may feel less compelled to define experiences as good or bad. They simply are. This does not remove discernment, it removes excess judgment. Stoicism values clear judgment, not constant evaluation. You may notice that silence becomes more frequent, not forced silence, but natural gaps between thoughts. These gaps feel restful. They give the mind room to breathe. Stoicism honors silence as a space where wisdom can settle. Quiet continuity brings a sense of rhythm. Breathing, listening, and resting begin to align. The body follows this rhythm without instruction. Stoicism views rhythm as a sign of alignment with nature's order. You may notice that emotional waves feel gentler. Even strong emotions rise and fall without overwhelming you. You do not suppress them, but you're no longer carried away by them. Stoicism teaches emotional balance through understanding rather than control. As continuity stabilizes, self-talk becomes kinder. The inner voice softens. Criticism gives way to observation. Stoicism supports this shift because harsh inner dialogue clouds reason. You may notice that the sense of me versus the world weakens. Experiences feel less personal. Events happen, but they do not feel like attacks or rewards. Stoicism teaches that external events are neutral until interpreted. Quiet continuity also enhances patience. Waiting feels less uncomfortable. Delays no longer feel like obstacles. Stoicism values patience as a form of strength. As awareness continues, you may notice a gentle alertness. You are not dull or sleepy. You are calm and attentive. Stoicism encourages this balance of calm and readiness. You may notice that the body feels heavier in a comforting way, as if settling into the surface beneath it. Muscles release deeper tension. The nervous system recognizes rest. Stoicism acknowledges the importance of caring for the body as part of rational living. Quiet continuity also reduces the impulse to compare your inner state with others. You no longer measure your calm against someone else's behavior. Stoicism discourages comparison because it distracts from what you can govern. As continuity deepens, the boundary between rest and activity softens. Even when small movements occur, the underlying calm remains. Stoicism teaches that inner stability should persist through change. You may notice that listening becomes easier. You hear sounds without labeling them. They pass through awareness without disturbance. Stoicism values attentive listening as a form of presence. Quiet continuity supports humility. You no longer need to assert yourself constantly. Confidence becomes quiet and grounded. Stoicism describes humility as accurate self-knowledge rather than self-denial. As awareness remains open, you may notice gratitude appearing without effort. Gratitude for simple functioning, for breath, for rest. Stoicism sees gratitude as recognition of sufficiency. You may notice that worries lose momentum. They may still appear, but they fade quickly. The mind learns that worry does not improve outcomes. Stoicism emphasizes focusing energy where it matters. Quiet continuity also strengthens resilience. When difficulty arises, you do not panic. You stay present. Stoicism teaches endurance through understanding impermanence. As the practice continues, you may feel less need to explain yourself internally. The mind stops rehearsing conversations. Stoicism warns against unnecessary mental dialogue. You may notice that identity feels lighter. You are less attached to labels and roles. Stoicism points toward character rather than image. Quiet continuity also improves restfulness. Even without sleep, the mind feels restored. Stoicism acknowledges the value of mental rest. As awareness deepens, you may notice a sense of gentle joy, not excitement, but ease. Stoicism recognizes joy as a byproduct of alignment, not pursuit. You may notice that attention naturally returns to the present when it drifts. There is no frustration, just redirection. Stoicism teaches gentle correction rather than force. Quiet continuity allows you to experience emotions fully without becoming them. Sadness, if it arises, feels clean rather than heavy. Stoicism values emotional clarity. As continuity persists, you may notice that your breathing deepens naturally. There is no need to control it. Stoicism respects natural processes. You may notice that the urge to multitask diminishes. One thing at a time feels sufficient. Stoicism supports focused attention. Quiet continuity also brings acceptance of limits. You recognize what cannot be done now and release it. Stoicism teaches acceptance without resignation. As awareness remains steady, the mind becomes less reactive to minor discomforts. Sounds, sensations, and thoughts coexist without conflict. Stoicism encourages tolerance of minor disturbances. You may notice that your posture adjusts subtly. The body aligns itself for comfort. Stoicism acknowledges the body's intelligence. Quiet continuity supports a sense of belonging within experience. You are not separate from what is happening. Stoicism speaks of living as part of the whole. As continuity deepens, you may notice that fear loses intensity. Uncertainty feels less threatening. Stoicism teaches courage through understanding. You may notice that expectations loosen. You allow moments to unfold without demanding outcomes. Stoicism values flexibility. Quiet continuity also brings clarity about priorities. What truly matters becomes obvious. Stoicism emphasizes living according to values. As awareness continues, you may feel a gentle steadiness, as if anchored. External movement does not disturb this anchor. Stoicism describes this as inner citadel. You may notice that the mind rests more easily at the end of the day. Thoughts slow. Sleep approaches naturally. Stoicism recognizes the importance of daily closure. Quiet continuity also supports compassion. When you are not busy managing your own tension, you notice others with more understanding. Stoicism teaches kindness without attachment. As awareness remains open, you may notice that curiosity replaces judgment. You observe experiences with interest rather than evaluation. Stoicism encourages curiosity guided by reason. You may notice that the sense of time passing becomes less sharp. Moments blend smoothly. Stoicism views time as a flow rather than a pressure. Quiet continuity allows you to sit with not knowing. Uncertainty feels spacious rather than threatening. Stoicism teaches comfort with uncertainty. As the mind quiets further, effort feels unnecessary. You are already where you need to be. Stoicism points toward sufficiency. You may notice that the body feels warm and supported. The environment feels less separate. Stoicism emphasizes harmony with surroundings. Quiet continuity also reduces mental fatigue. The mind conserves energy by not fighting itself. Stoicism values economy of effort. As awareness continues, you may notice that compassion for yourself deepens. You forgive small mistakes easily. Stoicism encourages self-forgiveness grounded in learning. You may notice that motivation becomes steadier. You act when needed, rest when not. Stoicism teaches balance between action and rest. Quiet continuity supports contentment. You are not waiting for something else to begin. Stoicism recognizes contentment as freedom from unnecessary desire. As this section moves toward completion, allow awareness to remain soft and inclusive. There is no technique to apply. Simply notice. Let sounds drift through without naming them. Let thoughts appear and fade. Let the body settle further into stillness. Quiet continuity holds everything gently. There is nothing to fix, nothing to achieve. As awareness matures and quiet continuity becomes familiar, a deeper foundation begins to form beneath everything you experience. The Stoics called this foundation the inner citadel, a place within that remains steady regardless of what happens outside. It is not a place you travel to, but a way of standing inside your own mind. From here, life continues to move, change, and surprise you, yet something essential remains untouched. Living from the inner citadel begins with understanding what truly belongs to you. Thoughts appear, emotions rise, sensations shift, and circumstances change. But your capacity to observe, choose, and respond remains. Stoicism gently trains attention toward this capacity. When you recognize it, you stop confusing yourself with what passes through you. You may notice that when you live from this inner place, reactions slow down, not because you suppress them, but because you see them sooner. Awareness arrives earlier in the process, before emotion turns into impulse. Stoicism values this early awareness because it restores freedom of choice. The inner citadel is built through repeated moments of clarity. Each time you pause before reacting, each time you accept what cannot be changed, each time you act according to values rather than mood, you strengthen its walls. These walls are not rigid or defensive. They are flexible and calm. They protect without isolating. As you begin to live from this center, you may notice a shift in how you interpret events. Challenges no longer feel personal in the same way. Praise does not inflate you, and criticism does not diminish you. Stoicism teaches that both praise and blame belong to the external world. The inner citadel remains neutral. You may notice that emotional storms still arise, but they pass more quickly. You feel them fully, yet you do not drown in them. The citadel provides a vantage point from which emotions can be experienced without taking control. Stoicism encourages this balanced engagement. Living from the inner citadel also changes your relationship with control. You stop trying to manage everything. You recognize that control is limited, and within those limits lies peace. Stoicism emphasizes focusing energy only where it can be effective. As this understanding deepens, you may notice a reduction in mental tension. The constant effort to anticipate, prevent, or fix everything relaxes. The mind learns to trust discernment rather than vigilance. Stoicism supports this trust as a sign of wisdom. You may notice that decisions become clearer. When you are centered, options feel less overwhelming. You choose based on principles rather than fear. Stoicism teaches that clear principles simplify life. The inner citadel also affects how you relate to others. You listen without immediately defending yourself. You speak without needing to convince. You set boundaries calmly. Stoicism values relationships grounded in reason and respect rather than reactivity. As you live more often from this place, you may notice that solitude feels nourishing rather than empty. Being alone becomes a way to return to center, not a sign of lack. Stoicism views solitude as an opportunity for reflection. You may notice that your inner dialogue becomes quieter. Fewer arguments play out in your mind. There is less rehearsal of past conversations and fewer imagined future conflicts. Stoicism warns against unnecessary inner noise. Living from the inner citadel also changes how you experience success and failure. Success does not define you, and failure does not erase you. Both are events, not identities. Stoicism emphasizes character over outcome. You may notice that your sense of self becomes more stable. It is less dependent on roles, achievements, or approval. Stoicism points toward this stability as the root of tranquility. As awareness remains centered, you may notice that time pressure eases. You still respect deadlines, but you are not internally rushed. Stoicism teaches urgency without anxiety. The inner citadel supports resilience. When difficulties arise, you do not collapse inward or lash outward. You stay present. Stoicism regards resilience as the ability to remain aligned under pressure. You may notice that fear loses some of its authority. It still appears, but it no longer dictates your actions. Stoicism teaches courage as acting wisely despite fear. Living from this inner place also refines your sense of responsibility. You take responsibility for your choices, not for everything that happens. Stoicism clarifies responsibility as response, not control. You may notice that gratitude becomes more consistent. gratitude not for perfect circumstances, but for the capacity to meet circumstances with steadiness. Stoicism sees gratitude as recognition of inner resources. As you continue, you may notice that your body responds to this mental shift. Breathing deepens, muscles soften, the nervous system settles. Stoicism acknowledges the connection between mind and body. Living from the inner citadel also changes how you experience uncertainty. Not knowing feels tolerable, even natural. Stoicism teaches comfort with uncertainty as part of rational living. You may notice that expectations soften. You still have preferences, but you no longer cling to them. Stoicism encourages preference without attachment. As this inner stability grows, you may notice that your reactions to minor irritations diminish. Small inconveniences no longer feel significant. Stoicism teaches proportional response. The inner citadel also strengthens integrity. You act consistently, even when no one is watching. Stoicism defines integrity as alignment between values and actions. You may notice that rest becomes deeper. When the mind is not defending or proving itself, rest comes naturally. Stoicism values rest as maintenance of reason. Living from this place also supports patience. You allow processes to unfold without forcing them. Stoicism teaches patience as trust in time. You may notice that your sense of identity feels simpler. You are less interested in labels. Stoicism points toward simplicity of self-concept. As awareness remains anchored, you may notice that compassion flows more easily. You understand others' reactions without absorbing them. Stoicism teaches compassion with boundaries. The inner citadel also changes how you experience conflict. Conflict becomes information rather than threat. Stoicism values learning over winning. You may notice that creativity emerges quietly. When the mind is calm, ideas surface naturally. Stoicism recognizes creativity as clarity in action. Living from this center also supports moderation. You are less driven by excess. Stoicism teaches moderation as freedom from compulsion. You may notice that your energy becomes more stable throughout the day. Fewer emotional spikes and crashes. Stoicism values consistency. As you continue to rest in this inner strength, you may notice a subtle joy, not excitement, but steadiness. Stoicism recognizes joy as the feeling of harmony with reason. You may notice that the desire to impress fades. You act because it is right, not because it is seen. Stoicism emphasizes inner approval over external validation. The inner citadel also brings acceptance of impermanence. Things change, and you allow them to. Stoicism teaches impermanence as a fact of nature. You may notice that your reactions to loss soften. Sadness is present, but despair does not take over. Stoicism teaches resilience through acceptance. Living from this place also sharpens discernment. You know when to engage and when to step back. Stoicism values discernment as wisdom in action. You may notice that silence becomes a companion. You do not rush to fill it. Stoicism honors silence as space for reflection. The inner citadel supports self-respect. You do not compromise values to avoid discomfort. Stoicism teaches self-respect as fidelity to reason. You may notice that your mind wanders less. Attention returns to the present more easily. Stoicism encourages presence as clarity. As this part continues, allow yourself to feel the stability of this inner ground. Nothing dramatic is happening, and that is the point. Stability does not announce itself. Let the idea of the inner citadel settle not as a concept, but as a felt sense, a quiet place that is always available. From here, life continues, but you meet it differently, calm, steady, awake. As living from the inner citadel becomes familiar, you begin to notice how steadiness can exist alongside constant change. Life does not slow down to accommodate your calm. Events continue to unfold. People continue to act unpredictably, and circumstances continue to shift. Yet, within all of this movement, something stable remains. Stoicism teaches that this stability is not found by resisting change, but by understanding it. Steadiness within change begins with recognizing impermanence as a natural condition. Nothing stays fixed. Not emotions, not relationships, not situations. When the mind accepts this truth, it stops clinging so tightly. Stoicism does not ask you to like impermanence, only to see it clearly. Seeing clearly reduces unnecessary struggle. You may notice that when change occurs, your first reaction is now softer. There is less shock, less inner protest. Awareness meets the change quickly, reminding you that adjustment is possible. Stoicism values adaptability because rigidity breaks under pressure. As you practice this steadiness, you may notice that disappointment feels different. It still arrives, but it does not linger as long. The mind no longer insists that things should have gone differently. Stoicism teaches that insisting on a different past creates suffering without benefit. Steadiness within change also alters how you experience uncertainty. Uncertainty becomes a condition rather than a threat. You do not need complete information to remain grounded. Stoicism emphasizes acting wisely with what is known without demanding certainty. You may notice that when plans shift, your energy does not collapse. You adjust. This adjustment is not resignation, it is responsiveness. Stoicism teaches responsiveness over control. As this steadiness deepens, you may notice that your emotional range becomes smoother. Highs are less inflated, lows are less overwhelming. You still feel fully, but you are less thrown off balance. Stoicism encourages emotional moderation through understanding. Steadiness within change also affects how you relate to loss. Loss still brings sadness, but it does not erase meaning. Stoicism teaches that loss is part of the human condition, not a personal failure. You may notice that when expectations are not met, you recover more quickly. The mind no longer clings to imagined outcomes. Stoicism values releasing expectations that are outside your control. As awareness remains centered, you may notice that your sense of identity becomes less dependent on stability. You are not defined by what stays the same. Stoicism points toward character as the constant amid change. Steadiness within change also reduces fear of the unknown. You trust your capacity to respond rather than trying to predict everything. Stoicism teaches courage as confidence in reason. You may notice that the body responds to this mental shift. Tension releases more easily when situations change unexpectedly. The nervous system learns flexibility. Stoicism acknowledges the mind-body connection. As you continue, you may notice that change no longer feels like interruption. It becomes part of the flow. Stoicism teaches living in accordance with nature, and nature is always changing. Steadiness within change also refines patience. You allow transitions to take time. You do not rush emotional processes. Stoicism values patience as respect for reality. You may notice that frustration arises less frequently. When it does arise, it passes quickly. Stoicism encourages examining frustration as a signal rather than an enemy. As awareness deepens, you may notice that your reactions to others' changes soften. When people shift moods or opinions, you do not take it as personally. Stoicism teaches understanding of human variability. Steadiness within change also supports humility. You accept that you do not control everything. Stoicism views humility as accurate perception. You may notice that your inner dialogue becomes more reassuring during change. The mind reminds itself that adaptation is possible. Stoicism trains the mind to offer guidance rather than panic. As this steadiness grows, you may notice that rest remains accessible even during movement. You can feel calm while being active. Stoicism encourages carrying calm into action. Steadiness within change also affects decision making. You do not rush decisions in response to change. You pause, assess, and act. Stoicism values thoughtful action. You may notice that your sense of time becomes more fluid. You are less pressured by deadlines internally. Stoicism teaches respecting time without being ruled by it. As awareness remains grounded, you may notice that change becomes less dramatic. It is no longer framed as success or failure. Stoicism teaches neutrality toward external outcomes. Steadiness within change also supports compassion. You understand that others struggle with change as well. Stoicism teaches empathy grounded in realism. You may notice that gratitude persists even when circumstances shift. Gratitude for inner steadiness rather than external stability. Stoicism recognizes gratitude as a reflection of sufficiency. As you continue, you may notice that your breathing remains steady during unexpected moments. The body mirrors the mind's calm. Stoicism values bodily awareness. Steadiness within change also enhances trust. Trust not that things will go your way, but that you can meet them. Stoicism teaches trust in reason and character. You may notice that your sense of urgency decreases. Not everything requires immediate reaction. Stoicism teaches discernment about what deserves attention. As awareness deepens, you may notice that your mood becomes less dependent on circumstances. Stoicism teaches independence from external conditions. Steadiness within change also supports letting go. You release what no longer fits without resentment. Stoicism encourages graceful release. You may notice that when routines are disrupted, you adapt without distress. Stoicism values flexibility as strength. As this steadiness stabilizes, you may notice that your inner citadel feels mobile. It is not tied to location or situation. Stoicism teaches that inner stability travels with you. Steadiness within change also refines acceptance. Acceptance does not mean liking everything. It means acknowledging reality as it is. Stoicism values clear acknowledgement. You may notice that your inner peace becomes less fragile. It does not depend on predictability. Stoicism emphasizes durable peace. As awareness remains open, you may notice that curiosity replaces resistance. You observe change with interest rather than fear. Stoicism encourages curiosity, guided by reason. Steadiness within change also reduces mental fatigue. The mind expends less energy fighting reality. Stoicism values conserving energy for meaningful action. You may notice that your values remain constant even as circumstances shift. Stoicism teaches that values provide orientation amid change. As this part continues, allow yourself to feel the coexistence of movement and stillness. The world moves. You remain centered. Let change come and go. Awareness stays present. There is no need to brace. From this place, the next part will deepen understanding of continuity and impermanence. For now, rest in the steadiness that holds change gently. As steadiness within change becomes a lived reality, another understanding quietly takes root. Trust in the ground beneath experience. This trust is not optimism about outcomes, nor is it blind faith that everything will turn out as hoped. It is a calm recognition that, whatever unfolds, you have a stable place to stand within yourself. Stoicism prepares the mind for this trust by teaching reliance on character rather than circumstance. Trusting the ground beneath experience begins with noticing how often you have already adapted. You have lived through changes, losses, misunderstandings, and uncertainty. Each time, something within you remained capable of responding. Stoicism invites you to recognize this capacity not as luck, but as evidence of inner strength. You may notice that when difficulty appears, there is less immediate fear. The mind remembers that it has met difficulty before. This memory does not erase discomfort, but it softens panic. Stoicism values this quiet confidence because it is rooted in experience rather than hope. As trust deepens, you may notice that anticipation of future challenges feels lighter. You still prepare when preparation is wise, but you do not mentally rehearse catastrophe. Stoicism teaches foresight without anxiety, preparation without obsession. Trusting the ground beneath experience also changes how you relate to vulnerability. Vulnerability no longer feels like exposure without support. It feels like openness held by awareness. Stoicism encourages openness, tempered by wisdom. You may notice that when emotions intensify, you are less afraid of them. You allow them to rise and fall, trusting that awareness will remain. Stoicism teaches that emotions are natural responses, not enemies to be defeated. As awareness remains steady, you may notice that your sense of safety becomes less external. You're not constantly scanning for reassurance from circumstances or others. Stoicism emphasizes self-reliance grounded in reason. Trusting the ground beneath experience also affects how you respond to mistakes. Errors become information rather than condemnation. Stoicism teaches learning over self-blame. You may notice that your inner dialogue during difficulty becomes more supportive. The mind speaks with steadiness rather than alarm. Stoicism trains the inner voice to guide, not panic. As trust grows, you may notice that uncertainty feels less threatening. You do not require full clarity to remain calm. Stoicism teaches comfort with partial knowledge. Trusting the ground beneath experience also refines courage. Courage is no longer forcing yourself forward. It is allowing yourself to stay present, even when outcomes are unclear. Stoicism defines courage as endurance guided by reason. You may notice that when plans fail, you recover more quickly. The mind adjusts without spiraling. Stoicism values adaptability as a sign of wisdom. As awareness remains grounded, you may notice that your sense of worth becomes independent of success. You value effort and intention over result. Stoicism emphasizes virtue over outcome. Trusting the ground beneath experience also supports humility. You accept that you do not control everything, and you do not need to. Stoicism views humility as alignment with reality. You may notice that gratitude deepens. Gratitude not for ease, but for the capacity to meet what is difficult. Stoicism recognizes gratitude as appreciation of inner resources. As trust stabilizes, you may notice that fear of judgment lessens. You act according to values rather than approval. Stoicism teaches independence from external opinion. Trusting the ground beneath experience also changes how you experience rest. Rest becomes more complete because the mind is not bracing for impact. Stoicism values rest as restoration of clarity. You may notice that when unexpected events occur, your breathing remains steady. The body reflects the mind's trust. Stoicism acknowledges the embodied nature of calm. As awareness remains open, you may notice that control loosens naturally. You stop micromanaging experience. Stoicism teaches letting go of what is not yours to govern. Trusting the ground beneath experience also enhances compassion. You understand others' struggles without absorbing them. Stoicism teaches compassion grounded in stability. You may notice that your inner citadel feels deeper. It is not just a place of defense, but a source of support. Stoicism describes this as inner refuge. As trust grows, you may notice that worry loses persistence. It arises briefly, then fades. Stoicism emphasizes directing attention toward action rather than rumination. Trusting the ground beneath experience also supports patience with yourself. Growth is allowed to be gradual. Stoicism teaches patience as respect for process. You may notice that your sense of time becomes less urgent. You move at a pace that feels appropriate. Stoicism values rhythm over haste. As awareness deepens, you may notice that your reactions to criticism soften. You listen for useful information and release the rest. Stoicism teaches discernment in feedback. Trusting the ground beneath experience also refines acceptance. You accept what is present without resignation. Stoicism values acceptance as clarity. You may notice that resilience feels less like effort and more like posture. You stand rather than push. Stoicism encourages steadiness over strain. As trust remains steady, you may notice that joy appears quietly. Joy not tied to achievement, but to alignment. Stoicism recognizes joy as harmony with reason. Trusting the ground beneath experience also supports letting go of comparison. You focus on your path. Stoicism discourages comparison as distraction. You may notice that inner silence becomes more accessible during difficulty. The mind knows how to pause. Stoicism values silence as space for wisdom. As awareness remains grounded, you may notice that the body feels supported. The sense of falling through experience fades. Stoicism acknowledges bodily trust. Trusting the ground beneath experience also strengthens boundaries. You say no when needed without guilt. Stoicism teaches boundaries as respect for reason. You may notice that motivation becomes steadier. You act without pressure. Stoicism emphasizes consistency over intensity. As trust deepens, you may notice that disappointment no longer defines moments. It passes without shaping identity. Stoicism teaches detachment from outcome. Trusting the ground beneath experience also clarifies responsibility. You respond where you can, release where you cannot. Stoicism defines responsibility as wise response. You may notice that inner calm persists even when emotions fluctuate. Awareness remains present. Stoicism values constancy of reason. As this part continues, allow yourself to feel the support of this inner ground. Notice how it holds you without effort. Let experiences rise and fall. Trust remains. You do not need to brace against life. You are already standing on something steady. From this place, the final section will gather these understandings into quiet integration. For now, rest in the trust that has formed naturally. As the journey through awareness, steadiness, and trust begins to settle, the final movement is not an ascent, but an integration. Integration means allowing everything you have discovered to quietly blend into ordinary life. Nothing needs to be announced. Nothing needs to be proven. Stillness becomes something you carry, not something you visit. Stoicism has always pointed toward this simplicity. Wisdom lived, not displayed. Integration begins when insight stops feeling separate from routine. You wake, breathe, move, and think, and something subtle remains present beneath it all. You're not trying to stay calm. Calm is simply there. Stoicism teaches that when understanding is complete enough, effort becomes unnecessary. You may notice that daily activities feel less fragmented. Washing dishes, walking, listening, working. Each action carries the same quiet attention. There is no special state to protect. awareness flows through everything. Stoicism values this because it aligns philosophy with life. As integration deepens, you may notice that your reactions continue to soften. Situations that once triggered immediate response now meet a pause. This pause is not hesitation, it is clarity. Stoicism emphasizes the pause as the space where wisdom lives. You may notice that the mind no longer separates practice from living. There is no switch to flip. Presence is woven into action. Stoicism encourages this unity because division creates tension. Integration also reveals how little needs to change externally. Circumstances may remain the same, yet your relationship to them is different. Stoicism teaches that freedom comes from perspective, not rearrangement. You may notice that conversations feel calmer. You listen more fully. You speak less reactively. Silence feels natural. Stoicism values thoughtful speech, grounded in restraint. As integration stabilizes, you may notice that inner dialogue becomes simpler. Fewer explanations are needed. The mind trusts itself. Stoicism trains the mind to rely on principles rather than constant analysis. You may notice that rest appears throughout the day, not just during sleep, but in small pauses between tasks. Stoicism recognizes rest as maintenance of reason. Integration also affects how you experience purpose. Purpose no longer feels like pressure, it feels like direction. Stoicism teaches purpose through alignment with values rather than achievement. You may notice that your sense of urgency decreases. Tasks still get done, but without inner strain. Stoicism values efficiency without anxiety. As awareness integrates, you may notice that emotions move more freely. There is less resistance, less clinging. Emotions inform without controlling. Stoicism encourages emotional understanding. Integration also brings consistency. You feel more like the same person across different situations. Stoicism describes this as integrity. You may notice that expectations soften further. You allow outcomes to unfold. Stoicism teaches acceptance paired with effort. As integration continues, you may notice gratitude appearing in ordinary moments. Gratitude for simplicity, for functionality, for presence. Stoicism recognizes gratitude as recognition of sufficiency. You may notice that challenges still arise, but they do not feel like interruptions. They are part of the flow. Stoicism teaches that obstacles are material for practice. Integration also refines your sense of choice. You choose responses deliberately. Stoicism defines freedom as wise choice. You may notice that comparison loses relevance. You focus on your own path. Stoicism discourages comparison as distraction. As awareness integrates, you may notice that identity feels lighter. You are less invested in roles. Stoicism points toward character rather than image. Integration also supports resilience in subtle ways. You recover quickly from minor setbacks. Stoicism values recovery as strength. You may notice that your breathing remains steady during busy moments. The body reflects inner calm. Stoicism acknowledges embodied wisdom. As integration deepens, you may notice that you no longer seek confirmation that you are doing it right. The need for validation fades. Stoicism teaches self-sufficiency of judgment. Integration also clarifies boundaries. You know when to engage and when to step back. Stoicism values discernment. You may notice that joy appears quietly in routine, not excitement, but contentment. Stoicism recognizes contentment as alignment with reason. As awareness remains integrated, you may notice that silence becomes a background presence. Even noise does not disturb it. Stoicism honors silence as stability. Integration also changes how you experience time. You are less preoccupied with past and future. Stoicism teaches presence as clarity. You may notice that your inner citadel no longer feels like a separate place. It is simply how you stand. Stoicism describes this as living from character. Integration also supports humility. You do not need to claim wisdom. Stoicism values quiet virtue. You may notice that compassion flows more naturally. You see others' struggles without absorbing them. Stoicism teaches compassion grounded in strength. As integration continues, you may notice that effortlessness increases. You do not push calm. Calm remains. Stoicism points toward effortlessness as maturity. You may notice that small annoyances lose significance. Stoicism teaches proportional response. Integration also refines your sense of responsibility. You respond where appropriate, release where not. Stoicism defines responsibility as alignment with reason. You may notice that your mind rests easily when tasks end. Closure becomes natural. Stoicism values completion without rumination. As awareness integrates further, you may notice that fear appears less often. When it does, it passes quickly. Stoicism teaches courage through understanding. Integration also supports patience with processes. You allow things to take time. Stoicism values patience as respect for reality. You may notice that creativity surfaces quietly. Ideas arise without forcing. Stoicism recognizes clarity as fertile ground. As integration stabilizes, you may notice that your presence feels grounded to others. You do not need to manage impressions. Stoicism emphasizes being rather than appearing. Integration also changes how you experience solitude. Solitude feels like home. Stoicism values solitude for reflection. You may notice that your sense of meaning becomes quieter. It does not need explanation. Stoicism teaches meaning through lived values. As awareness remains integrated, you may notice that life feels less divided. There is no struggle between inner and outer. Stoicism points toward harmony. Integration also supports letting go at the end of the day. Thoughts slow. The mind releases. Stoicism recognizes daily release as renewal. You may notice that sleep arrives gently. The mind is not rehearsing. Stoicism acknowledges preparation for rest. As this part continues, allow yourself to feel how nothing needs to be added. What you have learned is already living through you. There is no final achievement. There is only continuity. From here, the final parts will complete this settling into quiet, stable presence. For now, remain where you are, integrated, calm, sufficient. As integration continues to settle, something quietly reassuring becomes clear. Nothing you've discovered needs to be remembered through effort. The calm, the steadiness, the trust, they are not fragile states that vanish when attention drifts. They are qualities that return naturally the moment you stop reaching outward and come back to what is simple. Stoicism has always emphasized this return, not as a ritual, but as a way of living. Returning to simplicity begins with recognizing how often the mind complicates things. It searches for meaning, reassurance, explanations, and certainty. None of these are wrong, but when they dominate, they pull you away from the immediacy of experience. Stoicism gently reminds you that clarity lives in what is already present, not in what is added. You may notice that simplicity feels unfamiliar at first. The mind is used to movement, to problem solving, to analyses. When those activities slow, a quiet space opens. In this space, awareness rests without needing direction. Stoicism values this simplicity because it allows reason to function without distortion. Returning again and again to what is simple does not mean avoiding complexity when it is necessary. It means not living there when it is not. You engage complexity when it serves action, and you release it when it becomes noise. Stoicism teaches discernment as knowing when to engage and when to rest. As this return becomes more familiar, you may notice that small moments regain importance. The feeling of the ground beneath your feet, the rhythm of breathing, the sound of the room. These details anchor awareness. Stoicism encourages attention to the present as a foundation for wisdom. You may notice that when difficulties arise, you no longer search for elaborate explanations. You meet the situation directly. This directness reduces suffering. Stoicism teaches meeting reality as it is, without unnecessary interpretation. Returning to simplicity also affects how you speak to yourself. Inner dialogue becomes shorter, more supportive. You do not argue endlessly with your thoughts. Stoicism trains the inner voice to be concise and clear. You may notice that decisions feel easier. You return to basic principles rather than weighing endless possibilities. Stoicism values principles because they simplify choice. As awareness continues to return to simplicity, you may notice that emotional reactions lose intensity. They arise, but they are not fed by stories. Stoicism teaches that emotions grow stronger when sustained by interpretation. Returning again and again to what is simple also supports patience. You allow moments to unfold without pushing. Stoicism teaches patience as trust in process. You may notice that the urge to control softens. You recognize where control is possible and where it is not. Stoicism emphasizes releasing what lies outside your influence. As simplicity becomes familiar, you may notice that your attention rests more easily. You are not pulled as strongly by distractions. Stoicism values focused attention as clarity. Returning to simplicity also refines your sense of identity. You are less defined by thoughts about yourself. Stoicism points toward character, expressed through action rather than self-concept. You may notice that your relationship with silence deepens. Silence no longer feels empty or awkward. It feels supportive. Stoicism honors silence as space for reason. As this practice continues, you may notice that effortlessness increases. You are not trying to maintain calm. Calm returns naturally. Stoicism describes this as living in agreement with nature. Returning again and again to what is simple also enhances resilience. When challenges arise, you return to breath, posture, and presence. Stoicism teaches grounding in the body as part of mental steadiness. You may notice that gratitude appears in unremarkable moments. Gratitude for being here, for functioning, for awareness itself. Stoicism recognizes gratitude as recognition of sufficiency. As simplicity settles, you may notice that the mind stops racing ahead. Planning becomes practical rather than anxious. Stoicism teaches foresight without fear. Returning to simplicity also changes how you experience connection with others. You listen more than you prepare responses. Stoicism values attentive listening. You may notice that misunderstandings feel less threatening. You clarify when useful and release when not. Stoicism teaches discernment in communication. As awareness returns to simplicity, you may notice that rest appears naturally between activities. Micro moments of pause restore energy. Stoicism acknowledges the value of small rests. Returning again and again to what is simple also supports humility. You do not need to know everything. Stoicism views humility as accurate self-assessment. You may notice that worry becomes easier to interrupt. You notice it arising and gently return to the present. Stoicism trains attention to redirect without force. As simplicity deepens, you may notice that joy appears quietly, not excitement, but ease. Stoicism recognizes joy as harmony with reality. Returning to simplicity also clarifies values. What matters stands out when noise fades. Stoicism emphasizes living according to values rather than impulse. You may notice that your body responds to this simplicity. Shoulders drop, breath deepens, the nervous system settles. Stoicism acknowledges embodied calm. As awareness continues to return to what is simple, you may notice that motivation becomes steadier. You act when appropriate, rest when needed. Stoicism teaches balance. Returning again and again to simplicity also changes how you experience endings. You let moments conclude without clinging. Stoicism values closure. You may notice that your sense of time softens. You're less rushed. Stoicism teaches respect for time without pressure. As simplicity becomes a habit, you may notice that you recover quickly when attention wanders. There is no frustration. Stoicism encourages gentle correction. Returning to simplicity also supports acceptance. You accept the moment without resignation. Stoicism values acceptance as clarity. You may notice that your inner citadel feels accessible at all times. You do not need special conditions. Stoicism teaches portability of calm. As awareness returns to simplicity, you may notice that fear diminishes. the present moment feels manageable. Stoicism teaches courage through presence. Returning again and again to what is simple also refines compassion. You respond to others without entanglement. Stoicism teaches compassionate detachment. You may notice that your thinking becomes clearer. Thoughts are fewer and more relevant. Stoicism values economy of thought. As simplicity deepens, you may notice that creativity arises without effort. Clarity invites insight. Stoicism recognizes creativity as aligned action. Returning to simplicity also supports forgiveness. You release grudges without drama. Stoicism teaches forgiveness as release of unnecessary burden. You may notice that your sense of meaning feels quieter. It does not need articulation. Stoicism teaches meaning through lived alignment. As awareness continues, you may notice that the distinction between practice and life fades completely. Presence is simply how you live. Stoicism points toward this integration. Returning again and again to what is simple does not require discipline in the traditional sense. It requires remembering to feel the ground, to notice breath, to observe without interference. You may notice that this remembering becomes automatic. You return without effort. Stoicism describes this as trained awareness. As this part moves toward rest, allow yourself to appreciate the simplicity of being here. Nothing else is required. The next part will bring this integration to a gentle close. For now, rest in simplicity, knowing you can return here at any moment. As this final part unfolds, there is nothing new to introduce and nothing old to revisit. What remains is a gentle settling, a recognition that the calm you have been touching is not something you move toward, but something that has been waiting beneath every movement all along. Stoicism, at its quiet heart, has always pointed here to a presence so steady it does not need reinforcement, and so simple it does not need explanation. Settling into lasting quiet presence begins with releasing the idea of completion. There is no finish line, no moment where understanding locks into place forever. Life continues to change, and so does attention. Yet what you have cultivated does not disappear when attention drifts. It returns when you stop trying to hold it. Stoicism teaches this return not as discipline, but as remembrance. You may notice that the mind no longer seeks a final answer. Questions still arise, but they no longer demand resolution. They pass through awareness like clouds across a wide sky. Stoicism reminds you that not every question is meant to be solved. Some are meant to soften. As you settle, you may notice how the body responds. There is a deeper heaviness, not dullness, but rest. Muscles loosen without instruction. Breathing becomes slow and full. The body recognizes safety in this quiet presence. Stoicism acknowledges the body as a partner in wisdom, not an obstacle. Lasting quiet presence also changes how you relate to thought. Thoughts still appear, but they do not pull you into action. You see them rise and fall, each one leaving a small ripple that quickly smooths out. Stoicism teaches that thoughts are impressions, not commands. You may notice that emotional undercurrents feel softer, even when sadness or concern appears, it does not dominate the landscape. There is space around it. Stoicism values this spaciousness because it allows emotion without collapse. As quiet presence stabilizes, you may notice that attention widens. You are aware of sounds, sensations, and stillness all at once. Nothing competes for dominance. Stoicism describes this as living in harmony with what is. You may notice that the urge to evaluate fades. Experiences no longer need to be judged as good or bad. They simply arrive, linger briefly, and depart. Stoicism teaches that much suffering comes from unnecessary evaluation. Settling into quiet presence also affects how you experience effort. Effort becomes situational rather than constant. You act when action is needed, and you rest fully when it is not. Stoicism values appropriate effort over relentless striving. You may notice that the inner voice grows quieter. It speaks when useful, then falls silent. Stoicism encourages this economy of inner speech. As this quiet presence deepens, you may notice a subtle sense of belonging. Not belonging to a group or role, but belonging to experience itself. You are not separate from what is happening. Stoicism points toward this inclusion as alignment with nature. You may notice that memories surface less frequently. When they do not demand attention. The present moment feels sufficient. Stoicism teaches learning from the past without living in it. Lasting quiet presence also brings acceptance of uncertainty. You no longer need to know how things will unfold to remain calm. Stoicism teaches that certainty is not required for steadiness. You may notice that compassion flows gently. You see others' struggles without absorbing them. Stoicism teaches compassion, balanced by boundaries. As presence settles further, you may notice that time feels less pressing. Moments unfold at their own pace. Stoicism values respect for time without urgency. You may notice that gratitude appears quietly. Gratitude for breath, for rest, for awareness itself. Stoicism recognizes gratitude as acknowledgement of sufficiency. Lasting quiet presence also refines discernment. You sense when to engage and when to withdraw. Stoicism teaches discernment as wisdom in motion. You may notice that the desire to control fades. Control is replaced by participation. Stoicism emphasizes cooperation with reality rather than resistance. As this presence becomes familiar, you may notice that inner conflict diminishes. Fewer parts of you pull in opposite directions. Stoicism teaches coherence as alignment of values and actions. You may notice that silence becomes nourishing. Silence is no longer absence, it is fullness. Stoicism honors silence as a space where reason rests. Lasting quiet presence also changes how you experience rest. Rest is not an escape from life, but a way of meeting it without strain. Stoicism values rest as restoration of clarity. You may notice that fear arises less often. When it does, it passes without shaping your behavior. Stoicism teaches courage as calm endurance. As awareness remains open, you may notice that identity feels less rigid. You're not confined by labels or roles. Stoicism points toward character rather than persona. You may notice that contentment settles in, not excitement, not achievement, but a steady ease. Stoicism recognizes contentment as freedom from unnecessary desire. Lasting quiet presence also supports patience with yourself. You allow growth to be gradual. Stoicism teaches patience as respect for human nature. You may notice that your attention naturally returns to simplicity when it wanders. There is no frustration in this return. Stoicism encourages gentle redirection. As this final part continues, you may notice that the inner citadel you once imagined is no longer a place you visit. It is simply how you stand in the world. Stoicism describes this as living from character. You may notice that daily life feels less divided. There is no sharp line between inner and outer. Stoicism points toward unity of thought and action. Lasting quiet presence also refines humility. You do not need to announce understanding. Stoicism values quiet virtue. You may notice that creativity emerges softly. Ideas appear without force. Stoicism recognizes clarity as fertile ground for the insight. As awareness remains steady, you may notice that endings feel gentle. You let moments conclude without clinging. Stoicism teaches graceful release. You may notice that sleep approaches easily. The mind is not rehearsing. Stoicism acknowledges the importance of preparing for rest. Lasting quiet presence also supports resilience. When challenges arise, you meet them without panic. Stoicism teaches resilience through steadiness. You may notice that joy appears in small moments, joy without cause. Stoicism recognizes joy as alignment with reason. As this final section settles, there is nothing left to do, nothing to remember, nothing to achieve. Quiet presence remains, accessible at any moment. Let awareness rest where it is. Let the body sink further into stillness. Let thoughts drift without attachment. This is not an ending, but a resting place you can return to again and again. Here, nothing is missing. Nothing needs to change. Remain for a while in this quiet, steady presence. It will remain when you move on.